masked up and we'll go ahead with the Pledge of Allegiance. Could you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Tonight's roll call: Cease.
Yeah.
Casagrande.
Here.
Bacwan.
Present.
DeMoss.
Here.
McClure.
Here.
Osenga.
Here.
Mayor Terry.
Yes.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is citizen comments on any subject except those items scheduled for public hearing, and we do have one public hearing tonight. Madam Clerk, has anyone submitted comments or signed up to be called, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have a variety. So the first person we will call is Patrick Mesmer. Patrick, you are with council and you have 3 minutes for citizen comments.
Okay, I'd like to urge council to adopt the list that is on the agenda. This has come after a lot of negotiations with the administration and a lot of compromises from both parties. The process was with the administration was very professional and polite. One thing I would like to point out is in the long run, it's more simple to retain employees that could have a little better than if they did the content of the training. For example, it costs over $80,000 to train a police officer and staff police 7 times. That's just over 7 different certifications. There's other cities in line that different departments, I'm sure, have similar experiences. Another thing I'd like to point out is the city saved almost $500,000 in the health insurance plan changeover, and there was cost to employees money as well. I know me personally, I had $5,000 in my pocket this year. Something else I'd like to point out is just teams that projects that come on the agenda. This seems like a small amount compared to that. Employees are almost the organization's most valuable asset. And sorry, just took a breath there for a second. One thing that I'd like to take out the unique doesn't have to say and talk about to employees. As a police officer for the city, we do a lot of dangerous things. And just like last March, I remember when something I just got I guess like that. Sometimes we don't think about things. There is a sacrifice. Pushing the one to bring out, whenever we get to the bridge. I guess the main thing I'd like to have the city is just please approve the wage study that's on the table.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next is Carol Griswold, and she's provided comments that I'll read. I have many concerns about the poorly written contract and resolution documentation for Resolution 21-005. They are full of irregularities and typos. I question why the budgeted $63,000 included living expenses, rent, and utilities to extend Borgeson's contract by 5 months from September to February ran out of money and now needs an additional $7,000 for the next 2 weeks. Where are the numbers? Where is the accountability? The contract is written so the contractor need only work an unspecified amount of time to be paid $2,500 for the entire work week. This should be changed to actual hours worked and billed per hour, not work week. Living expenses up to $2,000 a month, plus free use of a city vehicle, insurance, fuel, and maintenance are included. How much more will this cost? Due to the many changes since the original contract, instead of blindly extending the original contract terms, the contract should be rewritten, corrected, and updated. Regarding Resolution 21-006 for consulting services. I have concerns about the sole source contract for electric management services. Why is this $75,000 contract not put out for RFP? The scope of work and accountability for the work performed are vague. The charges for the cost of travel from out of town or out of state, hotel and meals, and direct out-of-pocket expenses are not included. How much more will this cost? I also have concerns about the poorly written contract, typos, and grammar in both contracts. I find this very unprofessional. It reflects poorly on the city, the attorney, and the city manager. Neither Resolution 21005 or 21006 are ready for adoption. I urge council to remove both from the consent agenda and postpone them until they are corrected. And next, I'll read a letter from Iris Darling. It has recently come to my attention that a local business owner has been overcharged $2,900 in erroneous utility billing. This business owner has been to City Hall for 17 months asking for the utility billing discrepancy be fixed, and has been told for 17 months that it was being worked on. This error created a large sum owed in the business owner's utility bill, and the business owner was told repeatedly not to pay until it was fixed. I have also recently learned that this same business's business license is being withheld because of the above-mentioned utility bill, which is not even connected to the business in which the license is being withheld. The finance department made a large error in the utility billing, told the customer it would be fixed for 17 months, did not fix the problem until the customer hired someone to fix it for them, and proceeded to withhold the customer's business license that was not even connected to the account with the outstanding amount. The retaliation that has been coming from City Hall for years is enough of a reason to question the ethics of our utility billing, and now you have before you a perfect example of what this retaliation looks like. I would like to strongly encourage all council members to vote in favor of a forensic audit that is on the agenda tonight, but to include the entire finance department and electric enterprise, not just utility billing. We, the citizens and ratepayers, have been asking for a forensic audit of the finances of our city for some time, because most of us, including council members, have not been able to follow the financial statements, including the utility billing, for years. And then we will now move to Zoom, and we have Karen Corrigan.
Hello, Council. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, very clear.
Thank you. I'll try not to get emotional tonight. Karen Corrigan, 203 Van Buren. Excuse me if I pause, catching my breath. I am in support of Resolution 2021-004. Council members, please do not balk at the total amount on this resolution. If nothing else, the dollar amount should reinforce to you how far underpaid your employees are. This gap amount will simply continue to increase, and the city's ability to hire skilled staff will become increasingly unachievable if you choose not to compensate your employees adequately. I understand it may be difficult for some to understand why we need a pay raise. But as an employee with the city for over 20 years, I can tell you I found myself wondering how I could reach top tiers at positions and still be struggling to pay bills, living paycheck to paycheck. I realized it was the result of a failure to increase wages adequately to accommodate cost of living increases in our medical insurance costs, increase in utilities, increase in food prices have superseded what our pay is. For those of us employees not in the management pay ranges, the small cost of living increase often was overturned into a negative pay result because medical costs per month went up over the percentage of the COLA, leaving us losing money. Excuse me. even as a married couple. Both working at the city, we would find ourselves difficult to live in Seward. I mentioned all of this before during the work session in November 2020. Many employees have second jobs or started their own business to help compensate for the lack of pay and the high cost of living in Seward. There should be no further delay. The council spends this amount of money easily every year on a myriad of studies that go nowhere and produce no final project in the end. Increasing the wages will help employees stay here, will allow them to purchase more items locally, which in turn will help keep this town and businesses open in these trying times. Prove to your employees, to your citizens, and to your neighboring populace that you care about the growth and well-being of the town. Thank you.
And next, Madam Mayor, is Linda Paquette.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't want to unmute for some reason. Linda Paquette, outside city limits. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you, Mayor, Council, and members of the public administration. I just want to encourage the city to do whatever it can in the way of, I don't know, if it's letter writing or phone calls or what we need to do. You've got our borough rep is here as well. Maybe the city and the borough combined could do something to reach the governor and get this highway working again. I understand they said they opened Silvertip, but that they didn't fund Silvertip. I don't know what the funding levels are, but I know everybody in the room that's been on the highway this week or last week or any time recently. I made a trip on Thursday, and it's not just from here to the Y, it's the entire highway from here to Anchorage. And I just think it's critical, because if we're going to try and, boost winter tourism, we've got to feel good in our hearts about asking people to get on the highway. You can't in good conscience promote sewers if you know that the highway isn't being maintained in the winter. So I encourage you to do whatever is possible, because there's a lot of businesses that could really use some help this winter with tourism and just general, people come to town. It's in-state tourism, but it's still tourism. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Linda. And I believe that's all.
No one else has their hand raised? Thank you for our third Zoom in one night. Next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda and consent agenda, and I'm looking for a motion and a second.
I move for the approval of the agenda and the consent agenda.
I second it.
Now I'm looking if there's any changes. Councilmember Casagrande?
I'd like to remove Resolution 2021-004, Resolution 2021-005, Resolution 2021-006, and Resolution 2021-002.
From the consent.
From the consent agenda, please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and make a motion with that, if there's no objections, to delete Resolution 2021-004. Just delete that from the agenda.
3.
Oh, excuse me, 2023, yes, thank you.
Which one? Sorry?
And this is asked to be removed from the agenda by administration.
Got it. Thanks.
And then I just want to add one thing, and I know we have a lot on our meeting tonight with not only having one meeting in December, but just add under E, Just a quick mayor's report. I just have a couple things to tell the whole body. There's no objections. And I'll look around, is there anything else? So 2021-002, 04, 05, and 06 all off the consent agenda.
And 03 off the agenda, period.
Yep. Madam Clerk, could you call for a vote, please?
Voting on tonight's agenda and consent agenda. Hosenga?
Yes.
Cease?
Councilmember Cease?
Technical difficulties perhaps. Bakwan?
Yes.
Casagrande?
Sorry, I can't even hear you, Terry, speaking.
Okay, Councilmember
Can you
Cease.
hear me now?
I can hear you now. We were on the approval of the agenda and consent agenda, and we're, with those changes, looking for a vote. Yes?
Excuse me, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, now you just came back on. I couldn't hear you at all, so you asked me to unmute. So I agree with the agenda. That's what you were talking about.
Oh, do you want to know the changes, or did you hear that?
Were you able to hear the changes, Councilmember Cease?
Yeah, I think the 02, 03, 04, 05, and 06 were pulled, correct?
Madam Clerk, could you just read the changes to the agenda, and then we'll call for her vote.
Resolution 02, 04, 05, 06 were removed from consent, and Resolution 03 was removed from the agenda entirely.
Okay, but 02 was left on?
Is off consent.
Oh, okay, so, all right, I agree.
Okay. Casagrande?
Yes.
Demas?
Yes.
McClure?
Yes.
Mayor Terry?
Yes.
Your agenda and consent agenda are approved. And approved on tonight's consent agenda is the introduction of ordinance 2021-001, amending portions of Seward City Code Chapters 5.01 and Chapter 5.05 budget to create a more timely, robust, and publicly involved budget process. This ordinance will come for public hearing and enactment on January 25th. Resolution 2021-001, adopting an alternative allocation method for fiscal year 2021 Shared Fisheries Business Tax Program, and certifying that this allocation method fairly represents the distribution of significant effects of fisheries business activity in the Cook Inlet Fisheries Management Area. Also approved on the consent is the December 14th, 2020 City Council regular meeting minutes. There's a non-objection to the liquor license renewal for American Legion Post number 5, license number 53 for Club, and the Port and Commerce Advisory Board is continued through January 2022.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next on the agenda is proclamations and awards. The first proclamation is the 2021 Polar Bear Jump. We don't have a representative here, but this will be mailed to them or presented to them when they come down for the jump. So, whereas in 2015, that's a lie. Excuse me. Whereas the Polar Bear Jump started in Seward in 1986 and is historically a weekend-long festival that includes silent auctions, turkey bowling, and a parade, but in 2021 is limited to only the jump into near-freezing waters of Resurrection Bay. And whereas the mission for this annual event is to raise pledges which help provide cancer patients and their families with information and support, fund research that leads to improved treatments, provide education about cancer prevention and early detection, and help ensure that everyone has access to life-saving cancer screenings and support for eliminating cancer in our society. And whereas the funds raised by this event assist the American Cancer Society West Region, and whereas it is through the hard work and dedication of all volunteers and jumpers that help ensure that more people survive cancer so they can celebrate another birthday. Now therefore I, Christy Terry, Mayor of the City of Seward, do hereby proclaim Saturday, January 12th, 2021 is the 36th annual Polar Bear Jump Off at the Seward's Boat Harbor, and I do commend all the volunteers, supporters, and jumpers who participate in the festival. So I also want to know, I know that they have a celebrity jumper coming, Alaska Mermaid. So come out, support your jumpers, social distanced outside, and let's make sure those folks get their recognition. Now, Mr. John Anderson, I'll come have you stand right here. Watch out for that tripping hazard. Thank you for joining us tonight. Yep, face that way so all the lovely people can see you at home. Whereas in 2015, John Anderson joined the Seward Police Department Corrections Division after serving for many years as a park ranger, and is now retiring after 5 great years of service for which he can be very proud. And whereas as a correctional officer, John managed the department's statistical data, and whereas John always served the jail with pride and treated detainees with respect and dignity. Whereas John was specifically recognized by a defense attorney for his humane, kind, and accommodating treatment of a prisoner. And whereas John worked very hard to always keep the facility neat and clean. And whereas John served as a training officer for other new correctional officers. And whereas John's positive attitude and ability to find solutions made him a very valued employee and a pleasure to work with. Now therefore I, Christy Terry, Mayor of the City of Seward, do hereby commend and thank John Anderson for his many years of service and his numerous contributions to the Seward community, and wish him all the best in his retirement. Hear, hear. Stay there. I'm going to give you this proclamation, and then the lieutenant has something for you.
So John, in recognition of all your time, we had this plaque made for you. I hope you enjoy it, and I just can't thank you enough for all your years of service, and I'm really going to miss having you around. Thanks a lot.
I didn't really prepare a speech or anything. It was a learning experience. I learned quite a lot. You meet some interesting people downstairs in the basement. And for 5 years, it sounds like a long time-ish, but when you're sitting here looking back, it went really fast. It must not have been too bad. No, I did really learn a lot and enjoy it. Appreciate it. Thank you for this.
Yeah. And I know for city employees, it's not just the employee, but also their family, and your lovely wife is here, so we want to thank her and the rest of your family for their service also. Thank you, guys. Next on the agenda is the Borough Assembly report. Yay, welcome. Thank you.
Stand over here in the corner.
Do you want to use my mic?
Oh no, that's fine. You can hear me. I'm loud enough. I'm sure everybody else can. So the assembly finally had an in-person meeting. I've had to miss it because I'm not allowed to drive. I have my lovely wife and my grandson sitting outside waiting for me. So that's I was in the gym working my knee. We had our first meeting. We did, before we get into what it looks like, stuff like that, assembly chambers, we did pass a resolution to replace a grant. We have a grant to replace Old Exit Glacier Bridge, road bridge, the old one, of CV's back in the back. So that's going to, right now as it is, you can actually, with the walking stick, almost push it all the way through the wood. So that's going to be upgraded to the newer bridge. And they're working on, right now Dill's working on trying to get a grant for the Lost Creek Bridge. So living out there, we almost had a big episode with the ice coming down, the ice break. So standing around the bridge, 24 inches of ballards, the bunkers, and the ice was this high and the water was right in front of us, so it was about ready to go out. So that was approved. And as for our new chambers, it's about this color of wood. It's two-tiered. So you have the president, vice president, I'm there. I don't think it's Langley next to me, and then the chief of staff and the mayor, and then all the other assembly member down below. They've changed it completely around. Where when we were there, you're looking out, but now they've turned it so the windows are on this side, if you know what I'm talking about. And the main entrance for the people is the main entrance, so walking through the whole building.
Oh, nice.
So looks nice. It's got all new electronics, new TV screens, better for Zooming, I guess. I hate Zoom. Sorry about that. Just for the reason you couldn't hear anybody half the time. And I like personal testimony and stuff like that. As for Linda Paquette, she was talking about the highway. Peter Machicki did get something in front of the mayor, the governor. Governor did say he was gonna open it. Peter Machicki thought it was open, but literally their DOT's down struggling. They haven't opened it. They still have the same operators from Crown Point. 2 trucks are broke down. So you got the mechanic out there 5, 6 days a week, all night long. I was talking to him the other night at 8 o'clock, working out there trying to get the trucks ready to go out the next day. So he has 2 trucks down, and 1 truck in Soldotna. So they're really doing it, and it's not good. We're not getting a lot of help from Portage or Goodwood rather. So the road's really bad. I've had to go to the doctor and bounce them on the road, you know. It's like when you're in a passenger, it's even worse instead of driving. So that's, Machicki was misunderstood, I guess, when he's talking to the people out there. They don't have a whole new crew. They just have who they have, and they're working hard to do it. So if they're going to hire a new crew, I don't know. The governor said yes, but we don't know. Governor also said a $6,000. He's shooting for a $6,000 PFD when we talked to him, and we know how far that goes. So we'll see how that runs on that end right there. Polar Road jump, peace my heart. Wife's a cancer survivor that almost took her life. I've jumped once and volunteered for the last 15 years. So this year I won't be able to do it because I'm not allowed to walk on the ice. So, but yeah, it's pretty nice.
Good, thank you. That was a good update. Are there any questions for our borough representative?
And if you haven't eaten a Little Mermaid thing,
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to talk to him about some of my recipes for sliders, cream sliders, and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, we might have to talk to you later or work with the borough mayor on DOT attention to our local airport.
Right.
And not having that be plowed or open in a timely manner. So that might be on a list for us to start working with the borough
And
also.
you got to understand they're going to do the highway before the runway because the highway's more important. So they're busting their tails out there.
Yeah, but we need to not let them get away with doing us after the pullouts. So, you know, there's some things that we can talk about offline, but we need to
Sure.
work with the borough mayor also on that.
Yep.
Sounds
The
good.
borough has nothing to do with the
No, I understand that,
runway.
but I
It's the
understand.
state pushing it forward.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is I think that there's a shared concern because that airport serves people inside and outside city limits.
Right.
So if there's an emergency for folks in your district,
Right.
they would need to use the same
Right.
airport. So I think there's some
And it's still flooding and stuff like that. So there's a lot of that stuff going
yeah.
on with the flood.
So I think that we can partner up on that and make sure all our constituents are.
Okay.
Good.
You were raising your hand earlier?
No, he doesn't get to ask you any questions.
Oh, I thought he was going to ask a question, so I was hanging on. So.
Well, good. Thank you so much for making it tonight. We appreciate it.
Not a problem. I grew my Santa beer for some kids this year, and some presents. It was pretty fun, so it's going to go by. So,
Thanks again.
I'm going to go out to a waiting wife that's been sitting. So, y'all have a good evening. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the city manager's report, starting on page 6.
And Madam Mayor, so we have some POs that went out. One was for electric for $5,060 for some 69 amp power fuse units. And the MIS was $5,995 for backup software license renewals. And then a SMIC $6,280 for some glycol removal services. And then I know also under the federal lobbyist report was in there that the clerk put in there, but I know she sent you our state lobbyist report today. So if anybody from the public wants it, you just get a hold of the clerk and that document's available. Now, up for any questions?
Okay, Councilmember Cease, I'll turn to you first so I don't forget you. Do you have any questions for administration on their manager's report?
Well, not really a question on that, but in all these resolutions and everything, it just says the city manager, and it isn't supposed to say that he's acting city manager.
The response from the clerk is no, that's not how it gets reflected in the resolutions at this time.
Okay, that's what's my only question.
Thank you. So look, Councilmember Cascaranda?
So on page 7, under finance, there's a 4th bullet point that says that we have started as of January 4th with Jen, the finance director that we've hired, as a contracted service for 15 hours a week. But I didn't see that reported in our expenditures. I think she's still a contractor, so we would see that come through as an expense, correct?
I'm not understanding what.
So you report, all expenditures less than $10,000, correct?
Purchase orders
Per-
between
Thank you.
$5,000 and $50,000.
Oh, it is 50, sorry.
It's 30.
30?
Oh, yeah, this is incorrect
Yeah,
then.
it's 5 and 30.
5 and 30. So this manager's report needs to be updated.
So because.
Oh, no, wait. It still is 5 and 50 because even if it has a resolution, it still gets reported under here.
Correct.
Yeah,
Well, they all get reported.
yeah. Go ahead, Sarah.
Will that contract be reported to us? So basically, my understanding is that we have two, okay, so she is working as, the question's very complex. She's working as our finance director right now, correct?
She's just working to check all the math and all the other things that finance, that she would be doing. She's trying to get on board to go through things and make sure she's on board when she starts, but also check on the items that was a concern for some folks in town. Yeah, I think that's.
So your question is she on the payroll or does she have a contract?
She has a contract.
Okay, so I think then Councilmember Casagrande is saying, will that come to us listed in the manager's report as a purchase order?
Thank
Because
you.
if it's a contract, it'll need a purchase
Yes.
order.
Yes, that's
Okay.
my first question.
Okay. Go ahead. You
And
can
my
go.
second question is, I'm very concerned that we've been for more than a year without a finance director. And I don't know that 15 hours is enough to do what is needed as far as what I can see. It just really appears from resolutions and some utility billing that I've looked at and other things that the finance department really needs some leadership and some assistance, and we're really spending a lot of money with nobody holding a vision or keeping us on track. And so I understand that Jen's not coming until March, but I would like to see a finance director, whether it's acting or a contractor or something, working 40 hours a week. Maybe not necessarily here in Seward, but working 40 hours a week. If I understood correctly, Jen is coming in March for just a couple weeks and then leaving again in June, but when she starts in March, she'll be full-time.
Correct.
So looking for some additional help now until she arrives in March.
Madam Mayor, so currently we do have an acting finance director, and we also were working with that other contractor. He's going through the payroll stuff. There was a question that was asked, and he's asked for some payroll questions. He should be giving us a report here within the next week or so. February 8th. It'll be at the February 8th meeting, a report from him, and then by that time Jen should be up to speed on things. And so I had asked a question with AML because I attended a online, like a seminar for financial help to check books and stuff. And they're the ones that recommended anything over 2 days a week is more than enough for somebody to get caught up on the financial stuff. So once they get on board, they can start going that, 15 hours a week is more than enough, they said.
So I guess I'd like to see at the next meeting, and maybe I can at least get no objection or we can take a vote on it, as I'd like to see a work plan of everything that's being addressed and how it's being addressed in the finance department, to include a hierarchy and how the job duties are fleshing out. Because I have concerns with grants, like who's doing the grants, who's making sure that those are being done correctly, all the personnel, all the budgeting, like when are we going to start doing this year's mid-session budget. So like there has to be someone who's ultimately responsible for all those duties. So if we could have something, maybe we need a work session before the next meeting to talk about that and see that. I just need to have the comfort to know that all those things, I mean, I know we say don't sweat the small stuff. It's actually council's job to sweat all these small financial things. Councilmember Demas?
If Jen has been starting or has been working on a contracted basis since January 4th, should we be copying her in our emails regarding financial issues or issues with the finance department so she can be caught up?
Absolutely. I don't know, did she receive her her laptop and stuff?
Her laptop, so there was a delay in mailing out the device in order to allow her access, just due to some weather issues. I checked the tracking earlier today, and Dustin can step in if I'm incorrect, but her device isn't even gonna arrive until tomorrow morning, at which point we'll get her connected and going as quickly as possible. But there was just some delays in getting her the devices necessary to get on board.
Okay. So at this time, we shouldn't be contacting her, or we should?
Starting tomorrow, it would be.
Okay. Can we
Perfect.
get provided with her contact information?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So, I guess I just need a little bit more than 4 lines about how our concerns are being addressed.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
This is exciting, isn't it? Because
I know.
now we have a finance director coming in, and we're working on out-of-the-box solutions to figure out how to get things done in administration, and I want to commend administration on that, because that's really cool. We're moving along and things are getting done. So I think that looking forward now in the future about how we're managing and how we're looking at positions, there are more creative ways to have administration and have different positions hired in our government.
So maybe just a discussion item with how that work plan's going and who's doing what at the next meeting, or, yes?
My concern would be if the report from the other contractor isn't coming forward till February 8th. I mean, I don't know through the clerk, if it's appropriate to study a work session, but I almost feel like, maybe what we need is a work session just to make sure that we have enough support until March, but not wait until after February to find that out. I mean, is it appropriate right now to schedule a work session to further discuss this? Okay, so I'd like to schedule a work session to discuss the contracted services of the finance director.
Do you have a date?
Tomorrow?
Let's make sure we give adequate public notice, and I'd like to give the administration a little time to gather it all together.
Okay.
Next Monday, the 18th?
I won't, that's the only day I'm not gonna be available. So Tuesday would be fine.
Tuesday, there's.
I will be flying out that day too, so I won't be available during the day anyway.
Okay, and Tuesday is a PZ meeting, we don't want to, Wednesday night, it's Wednesday the 20th at 6. It's an auspicious day. Councilmember.
Can I just have clarification before we get too deep in the date of what we're doing here again? Just so I know what we're doing. I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve with this work session, so can we just explain it one more time, please?
Yeah.
A work session to discuss the contracted services of a finance director.
This contracted service of our finance director now, so what are we, I guess what I'm getting at is what are we trying to do with this?
We want to make sure that we have the support and finance that we need to be able to have proper utility billing, proper payroll, to have our mid-session budget properly prepared, to have a vision,
So,
There's actually 2 contracts.
so I was gonna say, so there's 2 different things that we're looking at. It's not
Sure.
necessarily,
both of them. There's 2 contracts out.
There's 2 contractors.
right.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to figure out what we're trying, I guess it seems kind of abstract to me, I guess is what I'm getting at. I don't know what concrete we're looking for, evidence of, I guess, is what I'm getting at. I mean, it seems kind of abstract to me. I'm not trying to,
Well, I think it's a question of fiduciary responsibility on our part. Councilmember Demas?
I think because we haven't had a qualified permanent full-time finance director, and now we have an interim finance director, and two contracted services, that it's important through a work session or some means, we figure out exactly who should be doing what during this time with this.
So we're going to
So I
decide-
think that's the point of the work session.
Well, I mean, I guess I asked for a work plan from administration.
Yeah.
well, that's,
Maybe we could
okay.
get that instead of having a work session.
Oh, okay.
Well, at some level, I felt was what I asked for tonight, but Vice Mayor?
No, I agree with Councilmember Casagrande. I think also historically, this is the first time in a long time that we have not approved a finance director as a council. So it would be nice to see some of what the qualifications and the job descriptions that she is having to do.
Well, I guess I'm not leaning that direction. I just want to make, for me, and I'll speak to Councilmember Osenga, I want to make sure that nothing's slipping through the cracks with our finance director.
Yeah, and I can agree with that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to, okay, but I'm just trying to make sure we're going to ask them to clarify some questions, but we're going to have a meeting to discuss what we think they should be doing, or?
Well, you know, I think at a work session, if they provide a work plan on that grants are being taken care of, you know, personnel, who's doing what for budgeting, you know, if we have discussions during that, then we can either give them direction for additional contracts or change the contracts and then move from there.
Okay.
So what would that title be, Councilmember Casagrande?
Mayor, also to discuss what we're spending on these contracts. So I think it's just, all this information is something that, you know, whether it's just a report, I mean, most work sessions end up just to be a report anyways from administration, and we listen and a couple people comment and then that's the end, but.
Right, well, I guess my question is, you're asking what we're spending. Well, we know what we're spending because it's been presented to us, is it not, on each contract?
No.
No.
I don't know that we've seen Jen's contract.
Okay.
So, the date on the table, the 20th at 6 o'clock, any objections, 6 to 7, and then let's talk about the title. Are you available?
I'm not available on that evening, Madam Mayor.
21st?
I'm gone. I was gonna let you know later on that I was gonna go on a little short trip. So.
Well, you deserve it. Vice Mayor?
I will also be gone. I can do the 21st, but the 20th, that day is my traveling day, so it's a pretty long day for me.
Can we
And
get
I
lunch
will be-
this Friday?
So Madam Mayor, remember I brought this up before, we also have lunch times for folks. I mean, I think Tuesday's lunch might be, I know some people have jobs and stuff too. but
Tuesday the 19th at noon? Okay. And then, the title is,
To discuss the roles and,
how about, current finance, contracts, and work, or
Work plans?
work plan?
I will not be able to go because I do have to work, but I will email my questions to the city manager, and I'll have them prepared ahead of time.
And
Thank
then,
you.
Madam Mayor, and we can meet too, another prior to, so we can make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
Unit 19th, Madam Clerk, do you need a roll call vote?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Casagrande, we'll let you finish up if you have anything else.
no.
Okay, I'll look around the room and see if there's any other comments. Councilmember McClure.
I have a question on page 7 in finance, or maybe just a comment. The remote sales tax year-to-date revenues of 52,000 plus, is that year-to-date?
Year to date,
That's
Year-to-date,
2020.
which,
not
last year?
last year, not December.
So
December-
that's a full year. then.
Not really, right?
Not, so you don't have Decembers, and I believe
Okay.
these are, I'm pretty sure these are November, up to November.
Okay. So that's only $52,000 then. Okay.
But, I'm sorry.
That's remote, yeah. Go ahead.
Is that, is that from January to?
November.
But when was it instated and started collecting, when AML and everybody formed that to start collecting?
That I don't know. So-
Okay.
That's what
So maybe.
It doesn't matter. It just seemed like either an outrageously small amount or quite a bit.
We'll
if
get
it
an
was-
answer and I'll email it to the clerk and she can send it out to council.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's good that we're getting
Okay,
some.
can I say something here,
Please.
Mayor Chair? Sales tax, though, a lot of people are on quarterly, so you wouldn't even have October and not November's yet. That all goes in January.
This,
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, this was online sales tax, so
Well, yeah, but it still has to go
Do you just collect it yourself, or does the borough collect it?
The borough.
Okay, well, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I just know that you might not have October, November, and December.
We'll find out where the quarter stops, and we'll also email that out tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any
And
other?
then I had one more thing that I questioned. We've been asking for the sales tax on the bed tax of that program that we bought, and to know how many people were not paying bed tax. How's that coming? We've asked that several times, and no, there's been no reports.
Madam Mayor, I don't know anything about you. I'll follow up.
It might have to do with turnover in staff. So, you're looking for sales.
Well, Jackie's the one that's doing it. Her department, not finance.
So I think she's talking about the audit of nightly rentals, and we entered into a contract for that program. We didn't buy the program first. And second, with turnover, bed tax, we just got to a year last year and then COVID hit, so a lot of people did not run their B&Bs, so it's been very low, but reporting would be through finance, and I can get a bed tax number from them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but I just, if the other ones that were not doing bed tax, if they've been penalized or if they've started, or when will we know any of that? There was several people we know that was
Madam
running
Mayor,
without bed tax.
To Councilmember Cease, we did, if everybody remembers correctly, with interim Jeff Bridges, we decided that the first year would be a learning year, and then COVID hit. So we didn't, we have a learning year, everybody pretty much knows what they're supposed to be doing, but 2020 was supposed to be the year that we did the full from beginning to end, and that didn't happen because a lot of people was not able to run their B&Bs.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackie.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I had a question that somebody had emailed about, and I know we talked about it, but if you could just say for the public, the concerns about clearing Second Lake, the ice skating.
So, I sent an email to AMLJIA, which is our insurance, and they recommended a whole bunch of new signage and stuff, and we contacted the attorney on liability wise, and that's when I believe the Parks and Rec went and bought some lumber, bought some plastic, and they set up an ice skating rink at the basketball court. We're the one that we're fixing up for this year. So they got going on there, an ice skating rink there. So
Oh, that's new.
Did we advertise that somehow?
I thought he did, but
I hadn't heard.
I read about it when we talked about it the other day.
Cool. We need to let people know.
Yeah, we need to do
Except it's probably not good right now.
Yeah, it's probably not good right now.
Just skate on the highway instead.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just beat the drum one more time. In the manager's report, we do have, the Silvertip station is opening back up. I think we need to continue to monitor that and the highway issues. But again, I guess I'll look around to my fellow council members. I think that we have a big problem with our airport not being maintained, and it's continuing. So I don't know if there's any druthers for us to have a resolution to make sure that our airport's being maintained. It seems like DOT, the more you ask them to do something, the less they do. But did you have a comment, Councilmember?
The only comment I was going to make was, I was just wondering if maybe, and I know this isn't going to be popular with some people, but if we can maybe give DOT some time to man that station. I've noticed, I did drive to Anchorage this weekend. Crown Point takes care of all their section all the way to the Hope Cutoff. After the Hope Cutoff, from there to Girdwood, including Jernigan Pass, was not done that well. And I'm wondering if it's just a manpower issue right now, and an inquiry maybe would be in order, but not necessarily. I don't know that we want to start throwing out
Well, it's specific to the highway or the airport?
That's to the highway. So, because the highway people all take care of the airport
Yes,
also, right?
yes.
So it is known that they're busy taking care of our roads, and the airport is not getting taken care of right now. I would imagine that if this was any other time and we had a full crew still manned at Silvertip, then maybe the people from Cooper Landing or the Seward people can take care of our airport in a much more timely manner, is what I'm getting at. Right now, they just don't have that. And I would have to say that the highway right now is probably a priority.
Can I speak to that?
Yes.
I'll speak to that because it's kind of become my pet project for the last couple weeks and a thorn in the side. There doesn't seem to be any appetite for any change to take place. So while usually my tendency is to say, talk to somebody and then wait and see if they improve, we've taken this as far up multiple changes as we can, both through our state lobbyists, through, Norm and I had a phone conversation with our representative, Ben Carpenter. I know the mayor's been in contact with our senator. I sent an email to our senator, talked to our local representative, his supervisor, and then all the way up to their South Central superintendent. So dozens and dozens of conversations. At this time, there doesn't seem to be any intention to change anything. And I think this was referenced earlier, so I don't know all the tiers, but tier 1 is the highway, tier 2 is any side roads, so like Nash Road, etc. Tier 3 is pullouts and parking lots, and tier 4 is the airport. So before they're clearing the airport, they're clearing pullouts and parking lots, and so I guess while we certainly want to have our highway and our side streets cleared out, the thought that a lifeline flight would be less of a priority than a pullout seems a little bit ridiculous. And I guess just another side note, echoing what the mayor mentioned earlier about kind of sticking it to Seward, either real or perceived, that definitely seems to be the case, because just as an anecdotal point, so 2 weeks ago I think, we got snow on Sunday afternoon. That snow sat on the airport until New Year's Day, at which point, starting at about 10 a.m., they started clearing the airport. Which kind of begs the question to me when I went and checked it out, is certainly we're paying double time on New Year's Day to have the airport cleared. In which case, why did we let that snow sit on the airport for a full week and then pay double time to clear it off? If you're going to pay double time, get it done the day that it falls. So I think we need to beat this drum as hard as we can. That's my personal take after going through this whole exercise. Nothing's going to change by waiting.
And I guess my point with putting a resolution forward would be to take the burden off of administration, who has to work with other administrations, and put it on us as our directive.
And
Councilman
I
Russell.
would just make a comment that our last resolution that we supported from that group did say that pullouts, that was one of their priorities that we supported.
Yeah, and I'll just respond to that saying, I want my kids to empty the dishwasher and make their beds. Just because they're making the beds doesn't excuse them from emptying the dishwasher. So I think there's multiple things that can be done at the same time.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to point the fact out that I've driven that highway this last 2 winters, and this last point, it was not taken care of.
Yeah, I agree.
And I do understand. I understand the airport. I understand we're talking about life flights coming in. I do understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that we're at a point where, yes, okay, we can send a resolution. That's fine. I'm just making a comment, that's all. So.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. So maybe if we could have a resolution to look at on the 25th, and I can help with some language if we need it.
Can I get clarification on what exactly we want that resolution to speak to?
I mean, I think we want it to speak to timely clearing of our airport and safely maintained. And I think we need to reference life flights. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and there could be a possibility that someone who's very ill and sick is not able to get to adequate medical care.
So kind of back to the verbiage that we used in the state priorities, encouraging timely clearing of the airport. Okay.
And I'm fine to reference in there that we recognize that the Seward Highway is also a priority, but that it's a multi-pronged need.
So, So
Councilmember.
do you think that, as per his suggestion, to also suggest making it at least priority 3 instead of 4?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't help, it wouldn't hurt to.
I mean, that would put it
And
over
a minimum,
pullouts.
yeah,
The pullouts aren't cleared anyways.
yeah, they weren't this weekend.
There's nowhere to pull out the whole highway.
Yeah.
Right.
Trust me, I pull out of all of them.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for indulging me. Are there any other comments to the manager's report? It was very thorough, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember
More?
Cease. Councilmember Cease.
Okay, on page 9 on the Parks and Rec, they said that the gym was closed until further notice, but then on page 10, it still said it was open. Is it open or not?
Madam Mayor, I believe it's still closed.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just tighten that up for the next. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember.
I just have a quick comment, not a question. I'd just like to shout out to the library for resuming a full schedule of Tuesday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Without needing an appointment. So thank you so much. I know that was a struggle trying to get the staffing and everything in order to make that happen. And I just hope that we can have some continuity for our youth. There are still a lot of people homeschooled, and that resource is very, very much needed, more so now than ever.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is City Attorney Report. Thank you for joining us on that, from that treacherous highway. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, good evening. If you need any personal stories to support your efforts there, I can provide one from today. It's good to see everyone. Happy New Year. It's been a fairly steady demand for legal services since from some like large items such as the Friends of Jesse Lee Holmes lawsuit and a fairly significant personnel matter to more ordinary day-to-day activities that go along with being a municipality in Alaska. Jesse Lee Holmes' case is done and over and finalized. We did comment on a few things that have come before you, so I'm sure you're aware of this, but this will help the public clue in to what I've been up to. But there was a resolution that extended regulations pertaining to COVID-19 as well as a face mask ordinance that came through our office for review, and a couple of questions about use of CARES Act funding, and an enforcement question that followed adoption of the mask ordinance. We did get a referral back, I think, right around the 1st of November on a zoning enforcement issue that, to my knowledge, has been successfully resolved without having to sort of engage in full force enforcement efforts. We have been assisting in the ongoing union reopener negotiations because they're extending a little bit beyond simply, what is the pay for this position and that position, involving some contract language proposals and changes, and we've been helping with that effort a little bit. Did have a couple of records requests that we worked on. There were couple open meetings act questions. There's a fairly extensive conflict of interest. I'm sure you're aware of the work that we did there that had to do with involvement of council members in voting on allocation of CARES Act funding, a final round of business support funding. We did do some looking into the ice skating on the pond liability question, and we've looked over a cooperative agreement for running elections between the city and the borough. So that sums up most of what we've done since the last time we filed a report. And I guess I'm going to put on your radar as long as I'm here. There's a couple issues with the leases on the harbor. These are sort of, like I say, they're more run-of-the-mill. These are things that are going to come up throughout the year. There's always going to be a question here or there because you have a lot of leased property. In terms of the, on what's coming up on the radar, I think, I have fallen behind a little bit in this comprehensive code rewrite project because there were a couple of things I had agreed to do after a meeting I had with the outside attorney that did a lot of work looking at your code, figuring out if certain things are constitutional or not because they're outdated and things like that. I haven't really got to it, so I'm hoping that I'll be able to get to that next week. There was a fairly significant issue. I'm not sure if it's going to turn out to be any kind of a legal issue or not, but I did get contacted recently by the city attorney for Kenai, a guy named Scott Bloom, who I've known for quite a few years. And this has to do with a proposal that's in this year's state operating budget that has to do with municipalities being charged money for state prosecution of misdemeanor crimes if you are a home rule municipality. You know, my reaction to it is, well, that's just a matter of politics, but apparently there's a group of municipal attorneys that are taking a look at whether there's some legal issues that arise from that. If they come up with something, I'll probably send it to the manager and ask if he wants me to get involved or not. You know, the way some of these issues work, just the remote sales tax, for example, I was heavily involved in that effort, and then, so now, you know, someone else will step up and take on some other effort that has some joint interest of a number of municipalities. So I don't anticipate that I'm going to be heavily involved in it, but, you know, it might be something that's coming your way, and certainly as a political issue, it's, I mean, it's obviously a big one, big one. I did have, speaking of remote sales tax, I can tell you that it is a quarterly reporting system. And the Uniform Act allows for people to report quarterly or monthly, and they incorporate whatever the borough, in this case, whatever their system is, gets incorporated at the statewide level. So the number you were given will not include, assuming it's a calendar quarter, I mean, that's what would make the most sense to me. So those returns would be due into the collecting entity at the state level by the end of January. And I don't know how long it takes for the money to, you know, flow out from them. And also that that uniform code was not in place as of January 1, 2020. And I can't recall, you know, the exact date, but it was, you know, early in the year. I mean, it was definitely in place in the first quarter of 2020, but it was not in place right on January 1st. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Councilmember Cascarelli?
Through the mayor, you mentioned that you were involved in union negotiations with contract language more specifically. Was that for the IBW or the SBA? And also just a second follow-up question to that, were you involved in any of the negotiations with the SBA with the rate study and the administration that's on our agenda today?
No, the rate study is something that was done, I think, before I was even retained or was in the work. So, and the union is the Seward Public Employees Association, SPEA.
Is the one that you've been in negotiations or helping the negotiations with?
Yeah, I mean, I'm behind the scenes, I guess is the way to describe it, is my involvement. Yeah, I'm not participating in the negotiation sessions directly.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
So just for clarification, none of that time was with the, is it IBEW? What are our linemen's union? IBEW?
Right,
Okay.
IBEW is, I'm not, I don't know when that contract is up, but.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for the attorney? Thanks for joining us today. Questions? Okay. Next is other reports.
I was gonna,
Yeah.
I got passed on this city
Oh, okay,
manager's
go ahead,
report.
Corey.
If I can,
Yeah.
and I'll try to be quick. 'cause
Yep,
it's-
we'll go back to the city manager's report.
Thank you. So, a couple of things. One, I want to share with you some current updates on rates. If I can get you, thank you, Councilman. If I can pass this over here, or pass these down, I got it for everyone. At this point in time,
the city of Seward's utility rates are one of the lowest in the rail belt. And we're going to see another drop this month from our cost of power. This goes around, you know, the customer charge is kind of that fixed amount that everyone gets billed whether they use any power or not. It's kind of like the cost of bringing power to your house. And so you got to pay that fixed flat amount, whether you use any energy at all. And you can see that the Golden Valley is highest, and the city of Seward is second highest. Chugach is the cheapest. The utility charge is what it costs to operate your utility. That's your depreciation and your interest expense and all your wages and everything else like that. And you can see Seward is, because our winter rates are lower than our summer rates, we kind of break it down where we're much lower. When we have the summer rates in effect going in April, it goes up to the 10 cents. But even at that rate, our cost of operating this utility, what we're charging anyway, is much less than anybody else in the rail belt. The COPA charge, the next one, is the cost of power, and it's where Seward is more expensive than everybody else, but sometimes we flip-flop with Homer and Golden Valley. But that cost of power and the bills that are going to go out on the 15th of this month are going to be 0.07198. So you're going to see a significant drop for our customers with the bills that go out this month. The regulatory cost charge we don't have because we're not subject to economic regulation by the Regulatory Commission. And then you see the total bill amounts based on the 600 kilowatt hour usage, which is kind of typical for a residential member. So I think we'll be tracking this, and I'll send this out to you the next time after the bills have gone out with the new numbers, and we got everybody else updated as well. And but I think it's a good indication here that the utility is judiciously watching its expenditures. Just as an aside, I've also been able to reach out to Council Brooks here to, he's helped me with some issues and some general support issues as well, so I appreciate being able to have him here. The other thing I want to talk to you about, we're going to have an executive session later tonight. But I want to talk a little bit about an open session about the negotiation of the power sales contract that's coming up. First, going way back into history, the city of Seward has bought all of its power from Chugach Electric. We call that a power sales agreement, and it's an all requirements power sales agreement. It says everything we need for our customers to provide them electricity, we are going to buy from Chugach Electric. And I think that is part of the discussion we need to have here, is that it's time, as we go for the negotiation, that we need to say this needs to be a competitive contract. We need to look to other utilities to see about the possibility of finding some other source of our power, if not all, maybe some of it. There's potential for economy energy. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit in a general sense of going forward. The timing on this is something that needs to happen sooner rather than later. Any utility that's going to provide Seward power is going to have to line up the gas contracts to do it. Or Golden Valley would be coal and naphtha contracts, some other type of fuel. So it's important to get started right now if we're really going to go out and talk to all the other rail belt utilities competitively. But on that rate sheet that I just sent around to you, you saw all the rates for the cost of power. And they do change every quarter. By the way, Seward changes their cost of power every month after we get the Chugach bill. The other utilities change it on a quarterly basis. So an indication of the cost of power of each utility is going to be indicative of what's going to get passed on to Chugach. So anyway, I think I just want to kind of bring this up that we really need to look going forward sooner rather than later on a competitive process for a power sales agreement for our customers, and I think it's an important thing to start talking about now. And so I think that's it. I'll stop there and we'll be able to talk with specifics on the Chugach contract when we go into executive session.
Good update, well received. Councilmember Cuthbert.
Do you know off the top of your head what the current transmission line loss is? Just say for like last month?
Well, on our transmission line?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, I can't tell you that.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Corey.
Mhm.
I just wanted, next on the agenda is E, other reports and announcements. Mayor's reports, I just wanted to, two quick things. I wanted to say that I attended the KPED Economic Future Forum, and that was Wednesday, January 6th. That was open to everyone. I did see that the chamber was there, the acting city manager was there, myself, and then there were a lot of local businesses, and it was a Zoom meeting. If there might have been other council members on, and I just didn't notice. But I did want to say, you know, the Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District is working on updating their economic overview for the Kenai Peninsula. So they're making sure to get input from Seward folks, so we are included. We are a priority for them. They went over strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats in telecommunication, workforce and human capital. Daycare was brought up during that time. Infrastructure and land use, telecommunications was a big one there, business climate and entrepreneurship, and then regional partnerships. So that was very well done, and we've had that here 2 years ago. They actually held the forum here. They shop around to different cities, but it was held, you know, virtually this year. And then the second thing I wanted to just bring the council up to speed on is, you know, the mayor periodically, it's not scheduled, but what he does is he invites mayors only. So it's the Governor Dunleavy will coordinate with regional mayors only. So he only wants mayors there, and he does a Kenai Peninsula Borough Mayor phone call. He gives us the update, and actually it's the update I noticed that came out in the news the following day. So, you know, it's just a quick overview of what he was proposing in the budget, what he was pushing for resource management, you know, those sorts of things. Before it becomes public, I think he just lets people know ahead of time. It's a quick phone call. He talked about focusing on, like I said, resources. And then what he does is he asks each mayor just to go through, and he asked for just a quick what we'd like to concentrate on, and then also COVID updates. So, you know, what's really helpful is like what we talked about with the federal and state priorities. I'm able to just reference those and pick up a couple of those things, and including the marine sector, talking about the federal supporting the Coast Guard coming. And then with COVID, we talked about the vaccine process. And I might say many of the other communities were having a lot of difficulties getting their seniors scheduled for vaccines. And Seward's doing a great job because it seems like those other communities are counting on the state system where elders get online, they have to maneuver through all this program to pick you know, where their location is and who their provider will be. And it seems like locally the CHC's done a good job. Here's the number, call, having that handheld to get them in. So I was able to say that they're doing a great job. And I did mention we definitely, before the summer, need to make sure that our essential workers for fisheries had access to the vaccine. And also I was able to just talk to him about our issues that we were having with our highway and the airport as it pertains to being medically served and different things. So that's my update. And I didn't have it on the agenda. I don't have a written report because I never know when it's going to happen, and it's pretty quick. So I don't know if there's any questions. Okay, next on the agenda is presentations. North Beach Launch Ramp Project presentation by PND. And I believe it's going to be virtual and presented on the... And that's in our packet starting on page 50. Can I? Is that okay?
So can you hear me?
Yes? Go ahead, you're on.
Okay.
I'm starting your 10-minute clock.
All right, well, I'm going to try to keep things as quick as possible in the interest of time. My name is Chip Corey. I'm with P&D Engineers. Joining me today are Paul Kendall with P&D PND, and then also Paul Spear with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. We're here tonight with a presentation on the Northeast launch ramp renovations, where we'll provide an overview of the project, present some alternatives, and then provide the project team's recommendations for moving forward. Before I delve into the presentation, I'd like to note that Fish and Game is fully funding PND's design efforts for this project, and they will also be funding a large portion of the construction costs through a cooperative agreement with the city. And Paul Spear with Fish and Game is on the line, so if you have any questions regarding the funding and grants, he can address those towards the end of our presentation. So the overall project scope, we're going to essentially be replacing the complete Northeast ramp facility with new structures, including new boarding floats, steel piles, concrete ramp planks. We are planning to salvage and then reuse the existing fish cleaning float, which, depending on the alternative we're looking at, will either be relocated or reinstalled essentially in the same location. We're also proposing to do paving of the upland parking area and some drainage improvements as well. So for the members of council and the community that are familiar with the South Harbor launch ramp, the new launch ramp for the Northeast facility will be pretty similar in both aspects. We're using the same design criteria and holding things to the same standard. So everything will be ADA compliant. We're going to be installing a cast-in-place concrete approach with a vertical curve for improved access and visibility during launch and retrieval activities. We'll actually be widening all the launch ramp lanes to about 16 foot. Depending on the alternative we're looking at, we might be able to incorporate rumble strips. And yeah, it's going to be pretty similar to what you have on the south ramp. On the civil side, I'll pass things over to Paul with PND so he can address that.
Thanks, Chip, and thanks, Madam Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, for the opportunity to present this today. For the record, my name is Paul Kendall with PND Engineers, and I'll be describing the uplands parking improvements part of the project today. In basic terms, what we're doing for the parking is paving everything and providing a striping pattern to better delineate the parking arrangement and traffic flows. One of the goals we're trying to achieve in our design criteria is to convert over to one-way traffic flow to the parking lot, which is more typical for boating facilities, to standardize the standard trails and long trailer stalls, the standard trailer stalls being 12 by 50 and the longer stalls being 12 by 70. These are supported by SOBA guidelines, the State Organization of Boating Access. Also, to further improve, at least maintain and likely improve upon accessibility for the facility, the design will include ADA accessible stalls as close to the ramp as possible. Another constraint on the design is to accommodate the 50-ton travelist that pull boats there from the harbor and allow them access to the southern entrance to the exit marine boatyard, as well as the entrance off of Fort Avenue as well. And then another significant component for design criteria is to include some sort of runoff treatment with the oil water separator that will be installed. I'll hand it back over to Chip to continue discussing the facility.
So as I mentioned, the proposed facility will be fairly similar to the south launch ramp facility that was recently installed 2 years ago. Some of the other facilities that Fish and Game has funded throughout the state include the Whittier launch ramp, Statter Harbor, the Whittier, and then also the Homer launch ramp. And a lot of the features are going to be similar between all of them. It's been kind of a product of just evolution as Fish and Game has developed these various projects. So the floats themselves will be constructed of heavy timber blue lambs that are surfaced with a non-slip fiber-grade traction surface. We'll incorporate cleats, UHMW rub strips, a lot of the same features that you see on the south ramp. The concrete surfacing itself on the approach will be a cast in place with that vertical curve that I mentioned earlier. And then the lower portion of the ramp will actually be constructed with precast concrete planks that have a V-groove chevron surface that allows for improved traction and then drainage from the surface. And then we also incorporate some features such as specific design requirements for the concrete, increased concrete cover, and then galvanized rebar, just to improve the longevity of the facility overall. One of the things to note on this specific ramp is we actually will be lengthening or deepening the termination of the concrete surface. Right now it stops at about -4, and our plans are to extend that to about -8. And then from there down, we'll provide some riprap surfacing to protect the launch ramp from power loading activities. But overall, the profile of the ramp will be essentially the same as what's currently there. I believe the current grade is about 12.8%, and our plans are to maintain about a 13% grade. So we developed two alternatives for the launch ramp facility. The first being essentially a replacement kind, 4-lane with 3 boarding floats. There's some advantages and disadvantages to kind of both options here. The second option being a 4-lane with two boarding floats, which would be fairly similar to what you have at the south launch ramp facility. The costs for the two are about the same, but I'd say the primary difference is really the location of the fish cleaning float. In option 1, the fish cleaning float would stay at its current location. In option 2, we actually relocate it to the north in order to separate users of the different facilities. So under option 1, we're able to extend the lane width to about 16 foot. We will not be able to incorporate rub strips. As I mentioned, the fish cleaning float will stay at its normal location right now. We'll maintain 6-foot boat width on the exterior float, and then we'll have an 8-foot float on the interior float. So overall, the facility will stay fairly similar. We will lengthen the ramp itself, but I'd say the general feel and orientation of this option would be essentially what you currently have. The cost is about $2.8 million. And then on our second option, as I mentioned, we'd be kind of reorienting the float system lane layout in order to provide an improved and more efficient use of the floats themselves. So folks could actually utilize both bases of each float. By doing that, we can grow the actual lane width a little bit more, incorporate the rumble strips, and then we're kind of forced in a situation where we have to relocate fish cleaning float, which in our discussions going through public comments and just general sentiment within the community, a lot of people really desire that separation of users. So what we'll do is provide a separate trestle to access, trestle and gangway to access the relocated fish cleaning float. And based on the feedback that we've received from the community, the project team sentiments and everything else, our recommendation is to proceed forward with the permitting and final design on option 2. Now I'm going to let Paul kind of go over the upland paving.
Remember to unmute that. Thanks, Chip. So I was going to speak here to the figure. The notes are in your packet. Chip, if you wouldn't mind going to the figure itself, that's a little easier to describe something. Thank you. So the parking lot project is the base alternative, if you will, would include about 2.42 acres of pavement with striping to delineate installs, like I mentioned earlier. We're looking at a 2 to 3 inch, likely 3-inch pavement section. 2 to 3 inches is our estimate basis to give us a durable facility that would be easy to mill and repave in the future as well. On this drawing, you're seeing the implementation of the one-way traffic flow coming off of Ford Avenue and heading forward to the launch ramp, which is just off the right side of the sheet. We have in that drive aisle initially a wide drive aisle that tapers into an area with both a Q lane and a through lane. I'll get a way to point from my computer here, but I think you can see those 2 lanes next to each other. Traffic would then either use the ramp by launching their boat or would turn around and exit through the northern aisle there. We've used angled parking here primarily because it allows us to get as much efficiency as we can in the aisle width, and makes it easy for users to pull in and back out of that area. There's about 88 standard stalls in this layout and 4 oversized trailer stalls there at the north end. The oil water separator would drain this parking lot off of the existing storm drainage system. That's not on this drawing, but it would just be off the southwest corner of the Coast Guard lot. Overall, the main benefit to this, of course, is it reduces the grading of the site and reduces striking maintenance over time. I would say that it's our first pass. It once had some thought of the striping here, but we can play with the angles and get a few more stalls, but we also start to make it a little harder to use the facility. There's a balance there, and we'll be working with the parking group and the city to make this as user-friendly and effective as possible for all users, as well as the city itself. The estimated construction cost for this project is just under $700,000. It's an add-on to the cost that Chip provided earlier. And then we've been costing an additive alternate to replace the existing pavement. It's about 10 years old now. There's an opportunity to resurface that and bring the whole lot up to the same surface life. And we currently estimate that to be about $150,000 to resurface the existing pavement. Chip, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thanks, Paul. I got annotations right here. So as far as our project schedule, we've advanced through concept, design, and alternative analysis. We're starting into the phase where we will be doing our more advanced 35% concept level design and then into permitting. The overall intent of the project is to have a project that's out on the street around July of this year. A lot of it, the project construction is completely contingent on the availability and approval of funding, and that's all kind of interrelated to how Fish and Game gets approval from the state to spend the federal grant funds that they have access to. And with that, that kind of concludes our presentation. I welcome any comments from council or others. We're accepting comments overall for the project. We've been soliciting public comments through PATCAB and then notifications that were provided on the city's website. Haven't really received a lot, but the feedback that we've garnered has been very meaningful and very supportive of the project. Any questions?
Councilmember Cease, I'll start with you. Do you have any questions?
No, I guess I did have one. What would the total cost then be on the option 2? Give us a total on that. I know you said 0.8 and 700,000. What was that?
It's about 3.7.
No.
0.7 million.
No, she's talking about option 2, which you have in the packet is 2.788.
Yeah, well, the total project cost would include the upland parking and then the potential add-ons that Paul had mentioned before. So it would be 2.8 plus 700,000 plus another 150,000.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Are there any questions in-house? Cheryl, did you have a follow-up?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in-house? No, great presentation, and those visuals were very helpful. I know that you also presented to the Port and Commerce Advisory Board, so thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Great, thank you. Next on the agenda, do we want to take a 5-minute break? We've been here a while. Okay, let's, it's exactly 8, well, I guess not. It's 8:28, and we'll come back at 8:35.
Get me on that.
Okay, thank you. So, get us back on the agenda, back on the record. We are currently on public hearings, ordinance for public hearing and enactment, ordinance 2020-015. Madam Clerk, if you could read the title.
Ordinance 2020-015 is amending the land use plan and rezoning lots 15A and 15B of Jesse Lee Heights subdivision, addition number 4, with the physical address of 101 and 105 Benson Drive, from multifamily residential R3 to park.
And I am looking for a motion and a second.
I move for the approval of ordinance 2020-015.
I'll second it.
Great, and first I'll turn to administration. Do you have any comments?
Madam Mayor, I'm just gonna go with Jackie.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, do you want me to give sort of the same report that I did at the introduction? Or-
Yeah, let's,
Okay.
prior to the public hearing, give us the whole shebang.
Okay, so as everyone knows, we were awarded funds through the state for $1.73 million, sorry, and $441,000. But there's a caveat to it. It was to not only do the abatement and demolition of the Jesse Lee home, but it was also to use whatever remaining funds to construct a memorial. And in our code, a memorial needs to be in a park. And so during the time of the demo process and opening up for that, council multiple times mentioned rezoning it into a park or utilizing the space for the city of Seward. We brought forward a work session to planning and zoning on December 20th. And in that work session, we had also provided survey results, which are also in your packet for this evening, and discussed different alternatives to what could be used on the property. We gave 6 different layouts that included making it all a park, making portions of it a park, putting multifamily homes on it, what the requirements would be for parking, everything under the sun. Everything that we were requested that was even brought up as an example or a request, we tried to put into this layout. There's been some question on whether or not that the city is deemed to sell it for economic or commercial. That was not in our grant that we received, so I just want to make sure that that's understood, that our grant was specifically to do the demo and abatement and create a memorial with any funds that are left. We had, with our survey, we had 360 people comment and answer to the survey. As you look through it, you'll see that there's a majority, over 50% requested that it be a park. And we've also, I was really impressed that 360 is a big number for us to get response back from anybody. And then you had 168 comments that were in there also. So out of those 168 people put their comments into it. We also incorporated those comments into our work session that gave the layouts of the different requests of what they needed. In front of you tonight is to rezone it from R3 to park. And there's also been some consideration or some confusion on whether or not, if it's rezoned a park, what can we do with it, what can't we do with it. I just want everybody to know that regardless, whatever you choose to rezone it to or choose to do tonight, I want everyone to know that as a park, we can have a community center there. We can move forward to look at doing those different types of options. There's, in our priority list, there's, to build a multi-use facility, that can be built. on that property, even as a park. It's a conditional use permit. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Great, thank you. We're not gonna take questions now, but we'll come back to that. Right now, what we're gonna do is open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have people signed up for the hearing?
Madam Mayor, we do. I will read a comment from Christy Audette Bagula. I was born in Seward in 1952. I have lived here all my life except for winter stints for medical procedures, vacation, and attending university. I built my house on Phoenix Road in 1988, and it sits just south of the destroyed Jesse Lee home. I have heard many ideas come and go for the use of the Jesse Lee buildings and land over the last 50 years or so. Unfortunately, it seems to me that a lot of the thinking of the council members over the years focused on creating more housing on any empty land, perhaps to raise more tax revenue. It probably helped that several land developers became council members. Seward now has quite a few rent-controlled multi-family housing projects. Gateway Apartments, Kimberly Court, Pacific Rim, Bayside, Bear Mountain, and Glacier View. Most were built with government lending perks because the units were designated as low-income housing. Once the allowed write-offs are taken, it is hard to hold the owners to the obligations for grounds and buildings upkeep. Also, many derelict, broken-down vehicles are left by tenants. Note, Gateway is contiguous to Jesse Lee, and Kimberly Court is just down Phoenix Road and within eyesight of Jesse Lee. Dora Way, northwest of the Jesse Lee property, has been fully developed by 2 local businessmen, 1 a council member, with single-family homes. No open spaces and no sidewalks along busy Dora Way were incorporated. The very large subdivision currently being developed just north of Jesse Lee parcel is slated to be built up with high-end duplex and triplex housing. I wonder if any spaces are planned for sidewalks and a children's play area. The majority of the rest of the land in Seward is occupied by single-family homes, fourplexes, and government buildings. We do not need to use every remaining government open space for housing, especially on land with such significant historic value as the Jesse Lee land. There is also a very large Avtech student housing complex encompassing an entire block between 3rd and 4th Avenues. That land used to be occupied by Seward Grade School, 1st through 8th. I attended that school all 8 years, and my favorite part was the huge playground with swings and slides and merry-go-rounds in a large ball field that was flooded during the winter to offer ice skating to the town residents. Seward lost that perk used by the whole community when Avtech took over that central piece of land. I don't begrudge Avtech, but very little replaced the community playground and skating rink. The current Seward schools have playgrounds, but not one is allowed to use them. No one is allowed to use them in the summer when the threat of camera surveillance to force compliance. Where are the open spaces and parks for the enjoyment of local residents? We can't count the entire waterfront because it is inundated with campers and motorhomes during the whole summer. There is a small gravel tot lot on 3rd Avenue. It has a small slide and a few swings, but would you call that a park? As a youngster, many of my friends lived in the Jesse Lee home. They were not there by choice, but because their parents and relatives had died from the mass epidemics, unwittingly brought to their northern villages from outside visitors. I look back on it now and wonder how many Jesse Lee home classmates stayed so cheerful. I hope the Jesse Lee home property is dedicated as a tribute to the orphan children who once lived there. Don't let the children's history in the Jesse Lee home completely disappear with the destruction of the physical buildings. They deserve more than just a plaque. Please do not turn the remaining Jesse Lee home property into just another housing complex. I think a green space park for children and residents to enjoy is the very best use of the orphanage property. The remaining property is smaller than you might first think. Once a parking area is incorporated, there will be just enough area for a small green space for local families to gather and play. It would be lovely to hear children's voices again on the Jesse Lee home property. Thank you for the opportunity for community members to voice their opinions. And then one other is from Carol Griswold. I support ordinance 2020-015, amending the land use plan to rezone the Jesse Lee Home parcels from multifamily to park. There has been overwhelming support from the public, from the Community Development Public Survey, resolutions from P&Z and Historic Preservation, and the previous council. Please vote to honor the historic Jesse Lee Home site by rezoning to park. Is there anyone on? No one has their hand raised on Zoom, so that is it.
Great, thank you. So I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions for administration, discussion, changes? You know what, I'm sorry, I might start with Councilmember Cease so I don't forget her. Councilmember Cease, I'll let you have the first bite at the apple. Did you have any comments or questions?
No, but I really like Ms. Odette's comment. I really believe that now that it's not going to be done as a school with the home foundation or the roof, I think that a nice park would be great.
Thank you. I'll let Councilmember McClure go.
A question for administration. If it remains zoned as it is, can we put a park or a memorial in that property as it is zoned now?
Actually, there are multiple areas within the city that have tot lots on them but are not zoned as parks. But to use the money, we have to follow our own code, and our code says that a memorial needs to be in a park. So you could choose a portion to rezone and make into a park. If you wanted to replat it and rezone it.
But may I just to clarify, my question was, as it is now, could we follow, could we go along with what they require in the grant without rezoning it to park?
No,
okay,
ma'am.
I just wanted to hear that.
We would be against our code.
Okay.
Councilmember Casagrande?
Community Development said that there was $1.73 million that was given for the demo, abatement, and memorial. Do we have what's left after the demo and abatement?
The demo and abatement has not been completed, and we do not have final numbers on that yet.
Do we have?
Go ahead.
Do we have any idea how big of a memorial, or how, like, are we talking like maybe we might have $20,000 or we might have $1 million, or what percentage of that money do you project has been spent on demo and abatement?
Well, the contract was for, with appropriation and it was for a little over $520,000, I believe. And so if we didn't have any overages and we were on time in a time limit, we would have probably been at that number. I believe that we'll probably be closer to $700,000 to $800,000.
I have two questions. I'll start. So, thank you. That was right into. Will we know when So we have a finite time that we need to spend this money by. When will we know? When will we have the final numbers on the demo? Do you know?
So currently the demo is still happening, and with weather it's been really pushed back, but you know, you can't see, but we do have guys on field pretty much every day doing, you know, a lot of it has had to go to hand. So now that we have snow, but there's still a significant portion of the foundation that is being crushed and broke down, as well as where all the boilers are. That's still an intact area, and our hope is, you know, early spring to make sure that that's all out. And you know, I know that a lot of people think that this is a rushed progression, but it really isn't when you sit and look at the fact that we're on a timeline for demo, and in order to get whatever remaining funds used, we would have to bring those forward. You know, you're talking March, April, May, June 30th is the deadline. So, you know, bringing something forward to council to approve with whatever money's released, and working with planning and zoning, historic preservation, and PACAB. I mean, it's working with all of those organizations and groups that we have to make sure that money is spent, whatever money we have is spent on the proper memorial. And then that would have to be brought forward to the council to approve the design and build, and so on and so forth.
And I just have one more question then so I know it seems like this isn't, it does pertain in my mind to the rezone. So, I know it's being, the proposal is to be rezoned, but I wanna hear, what are the plans to like clean up the right of way in that area? You know, there's easements, like, is there a replat that's gonna happen?
If it is left as a park, we don't have to, we won't, the way that we've talked and done different designs, if it's left as a park, it will be entered off of Benson, because there's property in between the city property and a main transmission line that would have to be moved, and we're talking hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to move a main transmission line to make a through street. I know that a lot of people have requested that, but for transportation safety, it's not something that's doable. Well, it is something that's doable, but at a cost. So there's a 30-foot easement on lot 15B that's for utilities. As a park, that would still be, the design concept that we presented for a park, that would be parking, and it would still have that easement in there, so it would still be accessible.
Okay, thank you.
So, my question is, if we're looking at 1.73 was the total that was given from the state, and maybe ending up at around $700,000 to $800,000, we're looking at maybe $1 million left over. And how real? No.
No, it's $1,073,441.
So we're looking at maybe $200,000 left over.
Correct.
And realistically, a community center, park, to build any of that, that would require more funds than the $200,000 that's from the state. So we're thinking grand, but we're not thinking the money yet, because we're just looking to spend $200,000,
For a memorial.
but rezoning it to a park and saying that there could possibly be a community center.
Absolutely, you could do pretty much anything after you do the rezone to whatever you're choosing to do and whatever the council deems fit for that area or wants to see in that area. I just wanted, there was a lot of people that are like, once it's zoned a park, it can never be anything else, but there are a lot of things that can happen within that park property. And one of them is being, there was a lot of requests for a community center, a pavilion, and those are, in my mind and in a community development layout, I see us spending whatever money we have left for a memorial with future ability to apply for grants and to build community centers, priorities. It opens up a huge avenue to provide things that are for the city and its citizens.
Councilmember Osenga, did you have a comment? Vice Mayor Falcone.
So I was looking at the survey, and did the survey take into account how many people were actually filling out the survey and were residents of Seward and voting residents of Seward? Because I think I saw it just said, how long did you live in Seward?
Yeah, we have, with the ability, you have the ability to see who, what area they voted from. And that's why we specifically put how long have you lived in Seward, so we can break that down. But we did not specifically ask, are you a resident in Seward? Are you a voting resident in Seward? We left it open to the citizens at all, inside or outside city limits that would possibly use the park.
So anybody could have filled the survey out regardless of where they lived?
Yes, but they could only do it once.
But they could have filled it out if they previously lived in Seward but no longer lived in Seward?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask the clerk a question? If we wanted to have a special election to put this before the voters, what would the timeline for that look like?
Minimum of 30 days from the time that council called for the special election.
And so we could probably have to add another 15 days, like 45 days would be probably the soonest.
Potentially. Once, well, I should say the special election, yeah, it would, 45 days is a good approximation by the time that council took the formal action and we pulled it together. It's 30 days to pull it together.
And then I just have one more question. So if we rezone it to park tonight, and then as we move forward with the process on the final conceptual plan for the property, that doesn't negate a replat and a rezone in the future?
No, ma'am.
Did you have another question? Thanks for indulging me with the question.
No, I think I am in favor of putting it onto a ballot. I think because there's so many passionate feelings about the property, I would like to see it fully given to the people and not a decision that's made just by council, for the public and the voting members of the public to voice their concern without the outside influence of anyone else having public comment or anything, and stepping up and making that decision as a community.
Councilmember Osenga?
I'm in favor of just going ahead and zoning it as a park. I'm not sure why or what we would gain by, I'm not sure what we're looking to gain out of getting a special, not election, for this. We take public comments from everybody that decides to give us comments, whether they live in this town or not. And a majority of the respondents, I believe, did say that a park was an acceptable designation for this. And it sounds to me like even if we designate it as a park now, we do have the ability to change that in the future, which is what the mayor had just confirmed. But the other part of this is realistically we need, if we can just designate it as a park now, whatever funding is left over, let's go ahead and start thinking about that we need to spend that money before June 30th. And that needs to be designed, there's things that have to happen. And I would just really want to expedite just keeping this going forward is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Councilmember Pasquarelli?
I'd just like to clarify, Vice Mayor Buckland, are you saying that you want to see the rezone go for special election, or are you saying just moving forward what we do with that land?
I say moving forward what we do with that land. So I think I guess what I would recommend is the ballot question would read, shall the city of Seward move forward with either creating a memorial and then platting and selling that property, or rezoning the whole area to a large portion of the area without the memorial as a park, or yeah.
Let's let Councilmember Demas.
I think that I personally, I can see, I definitely agree with Vice Mayor Baclan on the community wanting to and should have a say in what happens to the land. But I also feel it's important to protect the leftover funds. And so is there a way that we can do both, where we can rezone the park to park and also get something on a ballot for the community to talk about what they want? I mean, to me, it seems like we have no idea what it would be besides a memorial at this point. So it's hard to, it would be, I think, difficult to race to get something on a ballot within 30 days for people to vote on.
So what I could suggest then is that we move forward to making it a park, because we do have the ability to change it in the future, and we can protect our funds that we have now. But I would say instead of an election, if you want to have a work session on it again and just have everyone make comments again, then do that. But I don't know that an election is really needed. I think we just need to have, I mean, it sounds to me like everyone's just looking for more public comment, even though we've had years of public comment on this.
So can I ask administration a question? So if we rezone this to park tonight, what's the timeline for seeing like conceptual drawings of what And are you going through P and Z, or are you having work sessions just with the public, or what does that look like?
The overall goal would to have a couple community involved meetings to discuss the property in general, and then, but sorry, let me back up. Before that, I would go to HP to discuss the historical standards and what they're requesting, you know, a memorial be like. I believe that they need to have that input. That's why we have them as an advisory board. And then we would have, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking at least 2, if not 3 community involvements. Possibly have the chamber help me with one of them, and then, you know, with the fact that we have Zoom now and the time that we're working, have that within the next couple months, and then bring forward those conceptual decisions to you as a council to make an overall decision on what you would like it, you know, what we get from those meetings, we bring it forward, just like I did with the work session for planning and zoning.
So 2 months, 60 days, roughly about the same amount of time it would take for a special election.
Correct. But you'd have an answer of what, you know, what those community members that attended whatever work sessions we had.
Councilmember Osenga?
And I would just point out that there would be really not much of a cost to having, it'd be a much less expensive option than having an election.
Councilmember?
Also, we've had now public input at planning and zoning. I watched those. And also with Historic Pres. And both of those commissions voted for the rezone, correct?
Okay, let's call, oh, go ahead.
Just moving forward, if I can just, maybe possibly one of those community outreach meetings could be a joint work session with P&Z, Historic Pres, and council.
Yeah. Let's get everyone in the same room, or on the same Zoom.
Right.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if we could call for the vote, please.
Voting on the enactment of ordinance 2020-015, Bacon,
Yes.
Demas,
Yes.
Casagranda,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
Osenga,
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That ordinance has been enacted.
Next on the agenda is unfinished business, reschedule city tours with department heads, and new tour date is suggested is January 27th, 2021. So that would kind of be, maybe you can remind us verbally, that would just be a whole day of tours broken into 2 groups, is that correct?
Correct. Depending on if everybody wanted to go, I know some people have done it before. We have some new council members that probably wanted to go. You know, we have some new stuff across at SMIC, so we can split up in 2. We can take 2 vans, however.
And that's a Wednesday.
And that's a Wednesday, January 27th. Councilmember?
I'm going to be out of town the 27th to the 30th.
Okay.
Sorry. And I really want to go, and I'm very excited to do it.
So it sounds
And I'm
like
available any other day.
a lot of folks are out of town.
That's not a good day then.
So does it look like Wednesday's a good day? Like, should we shoot for February 3rd?
February 3rd is PACAB, so.
Oh, shoot, yeah, it's not on this. Oh, it's on the next page.
Tuesday?
Oh, Tuesday the 26th, are people available that week? No, no.
Mondays and weekends are
Um,
available for me.
February 2nd,
Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day. How does that look for administration?
I'd have to do
We
it.
can make it
Type
work.
of
Make it work.
Okay.
I'm not back till the 3rd. So,
If the vice mayor would like, just touch bases with me and we'll schedule a date that works for you as a sidebar.
I'll go with that.
Okay.
You too. Okay. February 2nd for the rest of us? Okay, February 2nd. Easy. We already introduced the ordinance. Resolution 2021-001 was on the consent. Resolution 2021-002, Madam Clerk, if you could read the title into the record.
Resolution 2021-002 is retroactively authorizing the city manager to approve emergency repairs for the Lowell Point wastewater treatment facility to Drain Masters Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $70,660 and appropriating funds.
And I'm looking for a motion in a second.
I move to approve resolution 2020-002.
I'll second it.
And then I'll turn it over to administration.
So they had a repair to the lagoon, and at the time, they already had the hole dug and everything, and they noticed that the other lines could be replaced. So we asked for an emergency to repair them all where their hole was dug. And so we went ahead because of the time frame and went and did it, and then brought it to council as soon as we could. So it was an emergency repair that needed to be done, and we're cleaning it up by bringing a resolution before council.
Thank you. And I think you took it off the consent?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
And I just have,
Doug is here to talk about it also, so.
I just have a question, a quick question.
Sure.
Hopefully. So there were two expenditures in the city manager's report in our last meeting, and I assume that that's what this is.
Correct.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, cool. All right, unless there's any other comments, we'll just call for a vote.
Voting on resolution 2021-002, Cease,
Yes.
Casagranda,
Yes.
Demas,
Yes.
Bosenga,
Yes.
Buckland,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That resolution is approved.
Next for us to take up is resolution 2021-004. Madam Clerk, if you could read the title into the record.
Resolution 2021-004 is accepting the proposed classification and compensation study and implementation plan completed by GovHR USA LLC and appropriating funds.
And I'll turn that one over to oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking for a motion in a second.
I move for the approval of resolution 2021-004.
I'll second.
And now I'll look to administration for comments.
Sure. I'm gonna let Stephen go with this one here.
Okay, so I guess just to back up, to address, the total price tag on this resolution, and also just discuss the financial forecast. And it was interesting today in my inbox on my lunch, I read the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's economic trends. If you guys haven't looked at it, it's on their website too. And I just wanted to read a quote in regards to just where we go financially. And I think kind of this statement sums up where Seward's at as well as our state. And it says, this year's success financially hinges on several factors yet to be determined. The pandemic is not over, and the timing and success of widespread vaccination will be a major determinant of 2021's course. Schools have not reopened, although for Seward this week, thankfully good news for us. Schools and the tourist season is up in the air, especially for cruise ships, and questions linger about people's appetite for traveling and shopping. And so just, I guess, to paint that into some context also. And then, so give me one moment, I gotta turn to page 160. The one asterisk I want to mention is on page 164. Finance kind of provide an outlay for how exactly the funding would be routed if this resolution is approved. And I just want to make note the annual leave column. So assuming this resolution is approved on the 25th meeting, there will be an ordinance for introduction for you, because we cannot, although we can agree to annual leave change, because that's written into code, that will have to come back before council. And so we've included that $83,000, but just as a note, even if you approve this resolution, that annual leave will not be changed until a recodification takes place. And so if you take that $83,000 out, you're actually looking at $331,901.80 today. That's all I have.
And I might just to clarify, that comment goes back to the agenda statement in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph, where as part of the negotiations, 2 additional tiers of annual leave
Correct.
Were incorporated to raise those hours. And I think it's part of you might top off with your salary, but then you're getting additional annual leave.
Correct, and the leave change is for folks with, so there'll be a creation of 2 additional tiers, one being for staff who have between 10 and 14 years of tenure, and one being for those with 15 years and more. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that ties in with what GovHR's analysis was. So GovHR conducted an analysis of both wages and paid time off. And Seward's actually done a pretty good job remaining competitive for those with less tenure, but where we've fallen behind is with those with 10 years or more tenure, which is why that was an item that we negotiated as well. So, sorry.
Thank you. No, that's good. Thank you. Councilmember Cease, did you have any comments or questions?
No, I don't, thank you.
Thank you. I'll look around. Are there any comments or questions?
Yeah,
No?
sorry.
I'll go to Councilmember Casarone.
Couple questions. Can administration please clarify, so right now, paid time leave is blank for employees, and we are proposing paid time leave to become blank for people that are 10 years or more, and we're proposing for paid time leave to become blank for 15 years or more.
Yes, I can send that to you. And I believe that was discussed when we conducted the work session, but I'll resend those numbers out.
There, okay. I just thought maybe it was something you had off the top of your head. That's fine. I have an amendment to make, but if Vice Mayor Bachman has questions.
Do you have a question or a comment first, and then I'll come back to you?
Just a question, that on the total number again, what was your total number?
Yeah.
So, where it says section 2, I think that's a different number than you just said, and I have a different number, so I just wanted to double check.
So the total dollar amount, if the annual leave and the wage component is enacted, is $826,041. I just wanted to highlight there with that $331,000 that the annual leave component of the negotiation can't be passed by resolution because it's in code.
So in section 2, it says 322,282.
So that's for the general fund.
Correct.
Okay.
And then
But then I will say the Harvard number looks wrong. Oh, no, it matches. Okay.
I added them all up, they match.
Okay, you do, okay.
And then, I guess, just to make note of this, and I don't know if Corey wants to add, but the electric fund, some folks might wonder why that's included in an SPA negotiation, but we actually do have one staff member in the electric department, in the admin role, that would be affected by this, who's not an IBEW member.
Councilmember Cascaroni?
If I could make, I have some amendments, and I think just for clarity's sake, I'll make them at 3 different amendments. So the first amendment, or do you want me to do them all at the same time?
Well, I think we should take them up one at a time.
Okay. So the first amendment would be to change the 6th whereas. GovHR scored positions based on employee responses, department head reviews, and community data to place positions in a more competitive range. And then I want to add, and this score is referred to as the, quote, JFA score, quote.
I'll second. And if you could explain.
Just to clarify, I mean, there's some other things that I just feel like we got spreadsheets, and it took me a really long time to try to understand this, and I assume that this spreadsheet will be attached in legislative history, and so nerds like me that like to study legislative history will be able to match all this together and make sense.
Are there any comments? Okay, let's call for a vote.
Voting on the amendment to the 6th whereas, Casagrande,
Yes.
Leclerc,
Yes.
Demas,
Yes.
Osenga,
Yes.
Bachman,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That amendment is approved.
Councilmember Cascaroni?
So the next amendment that I'd like to make is to the 7th whereas, where it reads SBA voted and ratified the new compensation plan. And I'd like to strike and PTO allotments. And if I can get a second, I will.
I'll second for discussion.
I'd like to strike the paid time off for now because I feel like when the ordinance comes forward to us, it can be followed by a resolution. So I feel like allotting money to, it's like, which one do you do first? The ordinance or the resolution? And I kind of went back and forth in my head as well. I would feel better about separating this out because I'm not sure that I want to approve the paid time off. I don't want to delay this. But without having, you know, if I'm voting right now to say, okay, well, our senior employees can be gone for half the year with paid time off, I don't know that I would approve that. And I know it was presented to us in the rate study, but the rate study was huge and I really had a hard time trying to put all the pieces together. So that's why I am striking that, and I think that it can come back as a resolution on the agenda with ordinance.
Thank you. Councilmember Sega?
I just want to try to get a clarification here. It says completely SPEA voted and ratified the new compensation plan and PTO allotments on December 23rd, 2020. So this is actually a statement of history, or is that not correct?
That is correct. They
So
did
this is a
vote.
statement of history, not necessarily saying that we are going to, this isn't us, this is what the SPEA voted on.
Well, prior to bringing it to council, SPEA had to vote to approve or not approve it.
So I guess what I'm getting at, if this is just a statement of history, I'm not sure what the harm is. I'm not sure how this is going to legislate us one way or the other, require us to do anything or not, if this is just a statement of history. That's all, that's my only comment.
Any other comments? Councilmember Osaka?
The-
Or Vice Mayor
If the
Verlin?
world crumbles down tomorrow and we don't approve the ordinance, what does our lawyer say? How should this be proceeded? Is it okay to make a future statement about an ordinance that has not been passed yet? Rather than, it's kind of like putting the horse before the cart, so.
Before you answer the attorney, I just want to clarify what I think was Councilmember Osinga's point. Was what they're saying was what SPEA voted on that day was the new comprehensive plan and the PTO allotments.
Oh, okay, I see what you're
So
saying.
what they're
It's not
saying is
us.
at that meeting, those are the items they voted on. Speaking of Councilmember Osinga's point.
I withdraw my question.
Okay. Is that a true statement? They did vote on both those things?
Correct. Can we allow the attorney to answer your question? I'm
Well,
interested.
but that, it really has nothing to do with the motion.
Yeah. Thanks.
Let's call for a vote.
Voting on the amendment to the 8th whereas, Casagranda,
Yes.
Demas,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
Osenga,
No.
McClure,
No.
Baclan,
No.
Mayor Terry.
No.
That amendment has failed.
So, but I think that is a question to answer, what would be the correct way to proceed? Is it the allocate the funds, go back and change the code, or is it change the code, then allocate the funds?
Well, this is a resolution. So the resolution is transferring, are you transferring money? No, you're making an appropriation. But you need an ordinance to make an appropriation. So is this a change to an existing adopted budget?
Yes.
Yes.
So this should,
We can do that we're allowed to do that with the resolution. But
Okay.
but the question comes in is that right now in our city code, which is not included in the packet, but it outlines personal time off accrual.
Madam Mayor, I believe, did you pass this in the budget with, when we got rid of the insurance was knocked down and then you approved the budget to go up with the wage study, they gave you a rough number and I believe it was budgeted.
Yeah, but I think to Councilmember Casagrande's point is, what if we allocate this money and then don't approve the ordinance change?
Well, then you would just reallocate it back.
Okay.
I mean, that's how that would work.
Okay. Councilmember Casagrande, did you have another?
Okay, so in the eighth whereas, I'd like to strike PTO, and I would like to have it read paid time off, if that's actually what it means.
I think that, can that be done just in housekeeping measure?
Yes, we can do that
Yeah,
for
just throw it
clarification.
in.
What, is that what it means?
It is,
Okay,
my understanding.
okay, and if I may.
Councilmember Casagrande.
I'm gonna have to do some math, but I would like to add to section 1 because I thought I was going to get my amendment. But in section 1, to strike the period at the end after plan and have it say to approve funding for all positions with a JFA score of 580 or lower.
So you are saying that the only positions that will be adopted with this wage study are for 580 and lower, so nothing above, oh, sorry, you're in the middle of, I guess since I'll second for
Okay.
discussion.
Yes, that is correct.
And why is that?
Just because I have constituents always saying that the city of Seward is top heavy, and we have department heads and assistant department heads and assistant department heads assistants, and I just think that the bulk of this wage increase that I saw that impacted the most amount of people and the least amount of money percentage-wise was everything below that number.
Okay, are there any other comments? Councilmember Osenga?
I'm not sure that I would want to try to go forward with something that cuts out a certain percentage of our employees. We paid for this study and we accepted, or we haven't accepted yet, but we knew the dollar amounts of the adjustments that were going to be made, or we had an idea of what the dollar amounts was going to be, so I'm not sure I understand why we would want to cut out certain people that are going to be, or would be affected by this. That just doesn't seem to be right to me, is all.
Councilmember Casagrande?
So if I understand the process correctly, we had a rate study, and the rate study gave a JFA score, and correct me if I'm wrong anywhere along the way, based on
Wage study.
based on a questionnaire that the rate study gave each employee to fill out for themselves, and then scored them accordingly within this score criteria. And then the administration took their recommendation of what they would like to see and took it to SPEA, and they went back and forth in negotiations. And so what we have before us is the recommendation of administration. This is not the actual rate study. Wage study. So I'd have to do the math really quick, but basically, instead of the $322,282.28 coming out of our general fund, we would save a good chunk of money, and we are in the middle of a pandemic right now.
Councilmember
So oh man, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Again, I would just have to say that I would have to object to blocking this out for somebody, and yeah, I just can't. Never mind. I can't even come up with a thought right now. I'm just.
Councilmember DeMoss?
I guess I wasn't thinking along those lines, what Councilmember Casagrande just brought up, but I do find it intriguing, and I think that I could possibly support it, especially in these times. I want to see an increase, absolutely, and I don't want to delay this any further, but I do agree that we might be a little top heavy.
Didn't we read through all this before and give direction to administration to proceed with the 50%? And as a council, didn't we sort of give direction that they do what they just did? And then to go to negotiations? I mean, that's a bit of a rhetorical question, but that's what I recall, that we gave that direction already. So to take that back from a certain group of people seems wrong.
I'll just say, and then I'll get to you, Councilmember Cascarande, is I didn't want to come into this and cherry pick decisions and positions, because I feel like we had a number of work sessions, not that that obligated us, but we had a number of work sessions and we went back and forth and made our recommendations. So I feel like there was some good faith negotiating with the union and different things. So, I didn't want us to get in at this level and go through each position. I feel like we've had that opportunity before. But Councilmember Cascarande.
So I have right here, well, anyway, these papers, but I have right here all the different scenarios that we have been given over all this time. And I don't want to cherry pick positions either, but I also don't want to spend more money than we need to, because the idea of the rate study is to get rid of the grades, right? So our system, our code right now has grades has grades, and we wanna change the whole grading system. And so they did a rate study to try to place people where they're going to go, and my understanding is this rate study just automatically bumps some people into higher paying positions or higher paid positions. I don't mean to say rate study, I'm really sorry, I keep on needing to say wage study. And so I guess my problem is with any study is it's like you pay for a study and then it comes and you attend the work sessions that are mostly a presentation where you might be able to ask a question, and then all of a sudden it comes before you as a resolution with all this information tucked inside, and you're like with your hands tied behind your back to have to say yes to it all or no to it all. I don't understand why there's not an opportunity to amend something.
Vice Mayor?
I did have reservations about the top tiers, mostly because of the inconsistencies that I found. If you look at Deputy Fire Chief at $62,733, the cost to implement was $18,161. There's a typo there, so the current annual salary was $62,733, and the new salary or current salary would be $80,894. Also, in the Human Resources Director, the JFA total is 959. That should be 595. Within this top tier, you're looking at about $50,000, maybe a little less than $50,000, which is quite significant when you think about top heavy and how much is redirected to the top in that scoring. And I understand what Councilmember Osenga is saying, and just looking at some of the other numbers, and I had an opportunity to talk with some other constituents and really kind of figuring out what I don't want to see this delayed anymore. I know that the employees have been waiting for a long time for this and fighting for a really median wage, especially in the middle from the 7th, from the 1st to the 7th. So I kind of see both sides. I just don't want to cherry pick out people.
So one concern I have is with that operations supervisor for the electric department is included in the folks that we are not looking at raising, that I think that operations supervisor pay right now is too low, and that would be one that we definitely need to look at in the scheme of things to get someone qualified in that position, and that's an empty position. So, yeah.
Can I jump
Yes,
in?
Assistant.
So I guess, so the deputy fire chief was brought up, and I had a chance to have a pretty prolonged conversation with our fire chief earlier today after that was brought up. And I think we would be making a mistake to talk about the person, and so I'm not gonna talk about the person, I'm gonna talk about the position.
Yeah, but I
Can I
think
be
the
clear
point
that it
is,
was not about the
I
person?
know,
it was
I know.
but I think the other point is that the dollar amounts are wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Well,
so
it-
it's
it
not
was the
even the
position.
position.
Right.
What was brought up is it says 62,733. So it doesn't have the increase. So you go over to the cost to implement, so that's not actually being pointed out even for examining that position. The reason that was brought up is the dollar amounts in the table are incorrect. Correct?
Yes.
So, cause those two numbers match, but then it says there's an $18,000 increase. So what's being pointed out is mistakes in the table.
Okay,
That's the only comment
Okay.
being made.
okay.
So that is a mistake in the table, correct? So what should the new salary or current salary actually be?
80,894.
Yeah, so that's the point, 80,894.
And I had time
And then
to
the
speak
other
with Ray.
mistake, and the other mistake is that human resources officer is listed at 959, and that should be 595. So those positions are not being called out for any comments on anything other than those are two mistakes in the table. Councilmember
Well-
Osenga.
If he wants to,
Oh, yeah.
if he wants to make, I'll let him make.
Did you want to finish that?
I just wanted to say, if you want administration's, I had a chance to talk to our fire chief about, if we didn't give the deputy fire chief a wage increase, that position is what I'm saying. Just going back to the point that was brought over regarding turnover and whatnot, is for that position, and we can say, yes, those positions in the higher grades are receiving a higher rate increase, but we need to remain competitive even in those positions, because if you look at the deputy fire chief, the credentialing that's required for that position, we were extremely fortunate to get the candidate that we did, because we didn't get that candidate because we had a competitive salary. We got that candidate because they love Seward and want to live here. And so it's important that we remain competitive to attract quality candidates throughout the grades. Whether you're a grade 13 or a grade 1, we want to deliver quality for this community, and that takes attracting quality candidates regardless of which grade they're in.
Okay, thank you.
That was the point I was trying to make.
Councilmember Osenga?
And I just want to say that I agree with the mayor about I don't want to be cherry picking. I don't think anybody wants to be cherry picking. But I will make a comment. We did contract out to GovHR to do this study. We did have discussions about this, and we did tell them to move forward in certain ways. And the mistakes that are being presented, okay, I can see that. It was a mistake. It shouldn't happen, but it does. Someone didn't proofread. However, I do believe that somebody also, that the corrections have been made and been voiced out loud now. So we know that there were errors on that spreadsheet, but the end result, the numbers are there. We know what the numbers are, right? So if we paid for this, and I just think we should just, we're second guessing, and we should just move forward with, if we're going to move forward with this, then I say we move forward in all.
Thank you. Councilmember Cascarino?
So my original motion was to not approve the PTO and to not approve the higher scale positions, because in my opinion, all I'm looking at is numbers, and I think that the $415,827.41 is too much. And I could, by making those two changes, you can cut that whole thing in half. We're not talking about a one-time expenditure. We're talking about for the rest, forever. And I do believe that our lower paid employees need a raise. I've been hearing it forever. And I've also been hearing that Seward is top heavy. forever. So whether it's that we just strike and say, okay, we'll give half of this money, and our hope is that the lower paid people are the ones that get it, and send it back to administration and SPEA to negotiate, that's fine, but I just think that there's too many increases up top when we do need the increases down below.
I will disagree with you on one thing, is that I don't think you actually made a motion to take out the PTO. What you did was change that whereas that read that they voted on it that day.
My original motion was to strike it. It got voted down.
I see what you're saying. Councilmember Singh?
It disappeared from my head. I had a thought and it just went.
Well, let's call for a vote on the amendment. Madam Clerk, would you clarify the amendment?
Read the amendment, please.
Can I say something?
Please. Go ahead,
Okay,
Councilman.
there's another typo. I don't know if I missed it when you talked the campground coordinator. It says $4,500 and it's supposed to be $45,000.
Thank you.
I'm 66, about halfway down.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you clarify the motion and then call for a vote, please?
Voting on the amendment to section 1, so that it reads, the results of the classification and compensation study are hereby adopted and employees' wages are adjusted accordingly based on the implementation plan to approve funding of all positions with a JFA score of 580 or lower. DeMoss?
Yes.
Backlund?
No.
McClure?
No.
Casagranda?
Yes.
Cease?
Yes.
Osenga?
No.
Mayor Terry?
No.
That amendment has failed.
Councilmember Casagrande?
I think that pretty much takes care of everything. So I just need to know for clarification before I move further. We still have the IBEW negotiations to come through. We still have the city manager's salary to approve. We still have the operations supervisor salary that we're going to discuss increasing. In the pandemic, we have increased a position, which I don't have the number for the fire department already. So we created a new position. We're now adding another $27,000 to that same department that I can see just from top wages. And I understand the reasoning behind this, but we don't even have a finance director. We have no one at our wheel, like, to actually tell us, guys, you're in a great position, this is a great idea. I mean, I tried to make amendments to make this work, but I cannot support this. And I feel terrible because I know there are a lot of people that really, really deserve and need a pay increase. But we can't continue to be blind. You know, like, why don't we wait for a finance director to come tell us what's going on? Because nobody has a vision. Nobody in this room knows what's going on. We have a budget and we have numbers that are coming towards us. But there are a lot of inconsistencies and errors before us. And we're just going to vote and say, okay, because it's been a long time coming and people have been waiting. I can't do it. So
I have a question for administration. So some of the notes I made when we're talking about the mid-session budget, like if we have lower numbers, like your staff is aware that there's potential for full-time people to have their hours cut, positions to be cut, and delays in hiring. Like, has that been discussed with the staff at all, once we get those numbers?
Yeah, so we had meetings with all the department heads on their budgets. So,
Because I guess our highest expense is always personnel.
personnel.
Yeah.
So we did they did some cutting, we did some cutting on travel. We brought some things down and, like electric, harbor, water, wastewater, we're all in the black. We know the general fund is right now currently really close.
Well, they're in the black because of the CARES Act funds.
There are no funds went to the harbor for CARES Act.
I mean in the general fund.
The general fund, yeah, I was talking about the other funds.
Okay.
So, but yeah, the CARES Act brought the general fund up really close. But this next year, we don't know what the crystal ball is saying. Okay? But the enterprise fund should be doing okay because they cut some services, not services, but cut some expenses down. But
So
the general fund is where the issue is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, Councilmember Casagrande is exactly right. We might be in a tough situation a few months from now, 6 months from now, where we're actually cutting people's jobs. So, I mean, I think that's all what needs to be considered. I'll look around. Councilmember Cease, did you have any further comments?
No, I don't.
Councilmember Casagrande?
I do have a question in cutting people's jobs. So you can't cut a position, correct? Like, because of PERS, we still have to pay on the PERS, and it does no good, we might as well keep somebody in there to help pay for our 22%, that whole thing. But now there's people that are being hired out of the PERS, so those positions, my understanding, are the easier ones. If we do need to make cuts, then we
Well,
don't
I
have.
guess what I'm saying is we wouldn't take those positions off the books, but we could have to
Lay
lay
them
off
off.
people within that position. So there's no PERS ramifications, because it's
Okay.
not like we're taking like saying we're no longer having this position in our org chart.
Okay,
It's saying we're not gonna fill that, or we're gonna.
gotcha, okay. And so what a layoff would look like is, what does that look like? A resolution where we just say, we're laying off personnel costs from this many positions from this dollar amount, and then administration just decides what positions they have to lay off?
Madam Mayor, can we get to this, please?
Yeah,
Point
I
of
mean,
order.
we'll have to, I guess my point to, as we're considering voting on this, is there might be harder decisions to make down the road.
Correct.
Was my point.
Thank you.
I don't know what that mechanism might look like.
But it is, I mean, the attorneys here, that is something that council can do. We have the right to, by resolution or whatever, cut people.
The collective bargaining agreement will address management rights when it comes to layoffs, and the language is in there that gives management that authority to lay people off. The PERS question, you actually can eliminate positions. It's if you eliminate a department or quote classification that you get into PERS. So for instance, if you have 4 librarians, not to pick on them, but I mean, and you said you were gonna go down to 3 and you were gonna do it permanently, that does not have a PERS ramification. But if you said, we're gonna turn the library over to have a nonprofit entity run it, you know, Friends of the Library is now gonna run the library, that creates a PERS obligation for you because you've eliminated a whole classification of your organization.
Madam Clerk, let's call for a vote.
Voting on the approval of resolution 2021-004 as amended. Cease?
No.
Buckline?
Yes.
No.
Did you want to change your vote, Councilmember Cease? We're voting on the entirety of the resolution.
The whole thing.
Yes, we're voting on the approval of 2021-004.
I know. Can you hear me now?
Yes, so your vote is?
No.
Thank you.
Buckline?
Yes.
Casagrande?
No.
McClure?
Yes.
Demas?
Yes.
Osenga?
Yes.
Mayor Terry?
Yes.
That resolution is approved.
Next on the agenda is resolution 2021-005.
Resolution 2021-005 is authorizing the city manager to extend professional services contract of Corey Ferguson for an amount not to exceed $7,000.
And we are looking for a motion in a second.
I move to approve resolution 2021-005.
I second it.
To the administration, please. What's going on here?
So Madam Mayor, so his contract is just about up, and we need to extend it to keep him so he can be transferred with the new electric utility manager coming in. So you just need to extend the money. I know there's some questions about, it said February 2021, but the way that it's written, I think Corey can explain it better than I can, but go ahead, Corey.
And to be respectful, maybe just kind of put this kind of easy. So my current contract requires me to be here in Seward to manage the utility. And it says I have, for each week I'm here that I work, I get paid $2,500. There's no benefits, there's no health care, there's no retirement, there's nothing. That's my compensation. And then they also allow me $2,000. I have to provide expenses and receipts, but towards my living and travel expenses. A month, not a week. So, and a member comments that, oh, you're getting $2,000 a week, and where's all this money? It's not adding up. But there was kind of maybe not quite a clear understanding of the contract. So $2,000 a month to cover living and travel, $2,500 for each week that I work. I've been here all the time. There was 1 week I worked remotely, and one holiday week I also worked remotely. But otherwise I've been here. In order to, I've been told by finance, despite the 22 weeks it said when you approved it, that money is running out. And to get me to the end of the month, we need to pay for 2 more weeks. And we put $7,000 in, a little bit of a cushion. There's no living expenses for February or anything else like that, and that contract ends. So that is the first motion in order to get me through to these 2 weeks. And my understanding, the explanation of why maybe the weeks don't add up is that when the request was made in October to extend it for 22 weeks, there was a lag of 2 weeks from the time. And so that 2-week lag is now caught up. Because someone said, well, with 22 weeks you should go through the middle of February. But the truth is, according to finance, is that they're very careful to make sure they don't spend money that's been appropriated, and they need this extra bit to finish my contract out through the end of the month. I will be here on the 25th to introduce you to Rob Montgomery. He starts on the 19th, and that's what we need for that first resolution for.
Great, thank you, good explanation. Is there any further questions or comments? Let's just call for a vote. Councilmember Cease, did you have any questions or comments?
No, not on resolution 005.
Thank you, we're calling for a vote. Oh,
I was just saying, who pulled this? Did somebody pull this?
I did.
it was just good to have an explanation. Is that what you were looking for?
I was actually looking to postpone it to have it clear, the resolution fixed, to have it spelt out exactly everything that was just given to us in writing. I mean, he's gonna stay anyways, so we can do a resolution after the fact. Or they can just spend it, the $7,000 as an expenditure for what we don't need to approve, because they can do that.
Are you ready to call for a vote?
To postpone it?
No, did you want to make a motion, or are we calling for a vote?
Yeah, I'd
or-
like to make a motion to postpone it to the next meeting. All right.
Back to vote on the resolution.
Just for the record, that died for lack of second. And voting on resolution 2021-005, Demas,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
Casagrande,
Yes.
Bachlan,
Yes.
Osenga,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
and Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That resolution is approved.
Now we're on to resolution 2021-006.
And make, a motion to approve resolution 2021-006.
A second?
Resolution 2021-006 is authorizing the city manager to enter into a consulting services contract with Corey Borgeson for electric management services in an amount not to exceed $75,000 and appropriating funds.
Administration.
Yes, Madam Mayor, so the negotiations are going to be starting here with whoever the city decides to go out with for the next set of, for electric coming into Seward. So he's been working in this for a while now, and he is an attorney electric, for, you know, that type. And go ahead, Corey, I know you want to get up there. You want to explain it better?
No, I think in making for a smooth transition, and maybe when I said electric management services, that's not, it's consulting services to your new manager of the electric department. And I guess under the new description, he's actually called the director. But, so the idea is that I can help finish up some of the projects that I've started. I will be working at the direction of the utility manager. I will not be in Seward. I may not, there may not, it's 300 hours, but it may not be 300. It might be 30 hours, it might be 3 hours. The projects that we've got going is one, I think we'll be close, but the finishing of the rate case or wrapping it up, making sure that's all done. The negotiation of a power sales agreement, which by the way, you know, I think that takes a team, including Brooks Chandler for legal, myself and Rob, and probably some other person with some of the engineering and financial aspects. If we get that contract done, I think that's an important contract. The permit through the National Park Service, Chugach National Forest, is expired. That really needs to be worked. I've heard a lot about top-heavy departments. The utility is not top-heavy. There's a lot of work that's got to get done, a lot of projects that have to get done. The clearing of the transmission lines got to go up for bid. Work on the substations needs to get done. I'm not sure which projects Rob Montgomery will assign to me, but there's an awful lot of work to do, and he's interested in having a little bit of my help and services going forward so that the transition is smooth and a lot of the work that's been started can continue. So that's the purpose of this contract. I will say that the contract that is done for the second phase was adjusted from the first contract. There was a reference in the assignability in the first contract to Eagle. I think that was an attorney error. That was not either attorney in this room that did that, but I signed it and I didn't catch it. So to the member of the public that caught it, my hat's off to her. But when I had redrafted it, I had seen it and I took it out, and there's no ability. The language in this contract says I have no ability to sign any part of this contract because it's a personal one. It's for my services. I can't have anyone else. I can't delegate this work to anyone else. So I think it's close and it's respectful, and that's why it was brought to you. Thank you.
Councilmember McClure, did you have comments?
Just a quick clarification, and I'm pretty sure I heard exactly what you said. There's a dollar amount here, but that's at the outside, and it would be predictably substantially less than that dollar amount. I mean, like you said, you could work 3 hours, or, I mean, it's going to be dependent on what is asked of you by the new director and what's needed.
That's correct. And I suspect that if there are financial issues with the city going forward, that someone's got to get cut. If I say we're going to hold off on some of these things and we're not going to use your services, and they can cut that. You know, in the budget for the electric utility, there's like $300,000 for consulting services. So and we didn't use anywhere close to that this year. So there's ways within the utility, by the way, to make sure that it's financially viable. Whether I would be, they would hold back on what I do. There's no promise that these hours are here. And frankly, I'm okay with how it does it. My time at this utility has been a wonderful thing for me. People at Seward have been incredible, and I'm proud of what they all do. I'm really proud to have been a part of it. I can start getting emotional on this. but I'm okay to let it go too. You know, I gotta move on. But, so again, it was thought to be a bridge. And I think that due to finances and everything, it could be said, hey, we're gonna hold off and wait until the cruise ships are all back in here and everything else is full.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds good.
Clarified it for me.
Councilmember Cascarande?
I'd like to make an amendment to make this contract $37,500 at 150 hours in the title, striking $75,000 and replacing it with $37,500, and in the sixth whereas, striking $75,000, making it $37,500, striking 300 to read 150. And that is, and then in the section 1, striking $75,000 to read $37,500.
I'll second. Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think Corey just said it perfect. You know, I think we do need his expertise in this transition. I think it's going to be really important for him to stick around, and I did the math. You know, that's a month worth of labor, whether he wants to spread that out as part-time over 2 months, or even, you know, like we have our finance director working 15 hours a week right now, which it seems like most of us are pretty okay with. I don't know, we haven't had the work session, but, you know, 15 hours a week over the next 3 months. So I think that that's a good budget to be able to transfer. And I know that Corey has other things that he needs to move on and do as well. So that's why.
Can I make a comment?
Councilmember Cease?
Okay, it's not multiplying outright though. If you take $245 an hour times 150, it's only $36,750.
Oh, I got that it was $250
Right,
an
it's
hour.
65,000.
It's $245.
Oh, then it's wrong.
Say that number one more time. 3650?
It's 36,750. If you split it at the $75,000 let you have there, it should only be $73,500.
Okay.
Just, just so clarification purposes, I think the use of 75,000, because there might be some incidental expenses. The contract says I will not charge any time for travel, but if there's some travel or some incidentals, I think that's why they added a little bit more to the original amount, just so you know why they came up with the original amount.
Okay. Councilmember Singer?
And I will just clarify that effort was put into this. This wasn't just brought out of the blue and said, hey, how about 300 hours and 75,000? That sounds great. There was actually some thought put into this, and there's a reason why it's at this amount and at this many hours, possibly.
And I'll speak to that motion. I might be on the edge of if it makes sense or not, but while it's not in the contract, in the agenda statement, it talks about helping with the field engineer and operations supervisor, which we talked about that. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think as soon as that new person gets in there, that we need to hire warm bodies that live in Seward to do those jobs. And paying someone $245 an hour as a consultant to do them, I don't think is appropriate. So, you know, I'd like to vote on this, and then I think we maybe need to have a larger discussion on what we're looking for out of that position. I'll just say, I am in favor of cutting the hours.
And so I don't know if Councilmember Osenga's, what he just said was a comment or a question, but if it was a comment, or if it was a question, I don't know if it was well thought out because the numbers don't match. But now I understand, you know, I mean, there's people that want to go back at legislative history and understand things, and if numbers don't match and you're trying to put things together, if there's actually time in there for incidentals and travel, then it should say 150 hours plus travel and incidentals of consulting, so that you can have some justification what that math. So I'd like to make an amendment to my amendment and add for incidentals and travel of consulting in that whereas, just so that it's somewhere in there.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas, leaving the amount that I normally said, because if I leave the amount that I originally said and you divide it, it's not $245, it's $250. So adding after 150 hours, plus travel and incidentals for consulting services.
Okay, thank you.
So now we'll just vote on the addition and then we'll go back to the original motion.
So just to clarify, so we're saying a dollar amount of what and hours of what for that, for this amendment?
So this amendment that's currently on the floor is just for that new addition, and then we'll go back to the dollar amount and the hours.
So basically,
Is that correct,
I
Madam
thought
Clerk?
we changed, did you not change to half?
So we'll need to go back to that one.
We're not, okay, so this is a secondary amendment on the floor to add the word plus travel and incidental expenses.
And then we'll unwind from there. So this is the
In
amendment.
that whereas, so you're just voting on including the language of travel and incidental expenses.
And we're not voting on the changing the half to half?
Not
the
quite
current
yet,
numbers?
yeah, not
Okay,
quite yet.
okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's just call for a vote on that. It's pretty simple.
Okay, voting on the secondary amendment. Casagrande?
Yes.
Buckline?
Yes.
McClure?
Yes.
Osenga?
Yes.
Cease?
Yes.
Demas?
Yes.
Mayor Terry?
Yes.
That amendment is approved.
Now, Madam Clerk, could you clarify what motion is now on the floor again?
So you're now changing the whereas to say the amount of $37,500 and will cover up to 150 hours plus travel and incidental expenses.
So now we're at $37,500. We're back to the original dollar amount that was proposed with the original amendment. Is that correct to the person that made the motion?
Correct.
In a second. And 150 hours. So are we ready to vote on that? Okay, let's vote on that.
Voting on the amendment, Osenga,
No.
McClure,
No.
Casagrande,
yes.
Demas,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
Buckline,
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That amendment is approved.
So I want to, I'd like to, even with that, have a motion to postpone this resolution to the next meeting. And I'll just have the motion to postpone.
I'll second.
And the reason why I'm doing that is I think that we need to tighten up the contract itself to be very specific. And also I'd like to have the attorney review the contract, because I think between the agenda statement and the contract, there's many inconsistencies, and I want it to be really clear about what we're doing, especially with the negotiations. I mean, we pay our attorney $245 an hour. So I just want to make sure that we're really clear about what, and I think it's as much for, as the person that we're hiring's sake as it is for our sake, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, we have clear expectations, and that's why I'd like it postponed, and I'd like to look to administration if that postponement is successful, that those things get accomplished. And so we'll look around if there's any other discussion. Okay, Madam Clerk, could we call for a vote, please?
Voting on the motion to postpone to January 25th. Demas,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
Osenga,
Yes.
Buckline,
Yes.
Casagrande,
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That resolution is postponed.
Thank you. We're at 10:05. Do we need another break or keep moving along? Okay. Next on the agenda is number 4, vote and appoint one citizen to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a term to expire February 23rd, 2023. That's on page 212, and I might just say out loud that because we have council member Cease on the phone, she is going to have to verbally vote while we will go through the process of, and I'll let Madam Clerk talk about the process for voting.
So council members, before you are paper ballots that have the 3 candidate names on them. You should vote for one candidate, sign your name, and then pass it to me. Please.
And then will you verbally call for Councilmember Cease's vote last or first, or?
Would you allow her to abstain if she wishes, or would you like her to? All
Is she-
votes are
is she-
public record, just so.
Anyway, so is she allowed to abstain since she doesn't have a conflict of interest? I think we're compelled to vote, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, thank you for asking.
Okay. Voting ballot number 1. 1 vote for Vanessa Verhey. 1 vote for Vanessa Verhey. 1 vote for Vanessa Verhey. 1 vote for Susie Towsley. 1 vote for Susie Towsley. 1 vote for Susie Towsley. And Councilmember Cease, your vote?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for Vanessa.
So 4 votes for Verhey, 3 for Towsley. I need a motion from council, please.
I'll move to appoint Vanessa Verhey to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a term to expire February of 2023.
I'll second it.
And then will you do a roll call vote?
Voting on the appointment of Vanessa Verhey to Planning and Zoning Commission, Cease,
Yes.
Casagranda,
No.
Baclan,
Yes.
Demas,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
Osenga,
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Yes.
You have appointed Vanessa Verhey.
Next on the agenda is discuss directing the city manager to create an inventory of all electric and water meters by physical location and description of meter type. Councilmember Casagrande, that's to you. And Councilmember Demas, pardon me. So I don't know who wants to lead off.
I can go ahead and lead on this one. Let me just get to it real quick, sorry. Inventory meters, sorry, I was looking at something different. Okay, so, there was a meter exchange that was completed, well, supposedly completed in 2018. And we were reported as to council was reported to understand that the meter exchange was complete. I think it was the beginning of 2019, middle summerish of 2019. And it has recently been discovered that it still wasn't complete. And there was, there was, I don't know if there still are, but at the time, 3 weeks ago, there were still commercial meters that did not have commercial buildings that did not have commercial meters. And simultaneously, I dug into some utility billing to discover one customer being charged for a 2.5-inch water line when they really had a 1-inch water line. And some other errors that could possibly point to the need for a site location. I know that I know personally that 2 of the past meter readers for the electric meter reading still reside here in Seward, and I think maybe 3 do. I'm not sure about the 3rd one. Actually 4. Yeah. And 2 of the 4 were the contract holders. So we have a plethora of experienced contracted meter readers that I'm sure administration could reach out to. And in the packet, I made just an example of on page 218 and 219. So as far as the water meter inventory, I feel like that would be something really easy that the Public Works Department could handle. They go around and they read all the meters anyways. There are a lot of water meters that have a remote reader, so they don't actually have to like lift up the floor of the restaurant and crawl down to see where the water main is, because a lot of water mains have like a meter that runs and then sends it someplace that's easy. So it could entail a little bit more labor than the normal just going and reading those remote readers. But for the water department to be able to simply just put the address, the water meter, and the water main size, I think is something that we can do in-house. And then finding a third party to contract, I do know because I too had meter reading experience, that the meter reading contract was, I think, not very much. I think it was like $5,000 a month for that meter reader to go around and read every single meter with a handheld and walk up to those meters. There were some that they couldn't get up to, but I don't see why we couldn't contract with a meter reader to go around, look at the meter. Is it a demand meter? Yes or no? Does this building appear to be a single family residence? Yes or no? Simple question. If it's not a single family residence, then it should have a commercial demand meter, according to what we were told the meter exchange was to be. And so I feel like for not very much money, you could take all that data and give it to finance, and then finance can do their own audit to go through, you know, 1 time, 1 month of bills and say, okay, this bill is being charged for this size water main, this water meter, whether they're ERUs. ERUs is a whole nother story. So I don't know that we want to go into the depth of hiring somebody to go into every single business to dissect, to say how many rooms do you have and how many toilets do you have and what are you doing back there in that back room and what are you doing down in your basement, and let me see all over because we want to apply the right ERUs to you. I feel like that's very invasive. And plus we have a water study before us that hopefully won't make us swallow like a whole bunch of stuff, that we can find what works for people. But I feel like that data that we collect, the finance department can take and audit their own utility billing on a level to find out if people are in fact being charged for the right water main and the right type of meter. That's one part of it, right? And then I have another discussion item to take the second part of what I'm proposing. But I feel like for really, really inexpensive, like maybe $5,000, $10,000, we could accomplish at least getting the meter exchange complete. And I do not agree or support hiring national metering, because I feel like the whole thing was a mess. And I think that we have the resources in this town that we can tap into and get it done easy.
Councilmember Demas, did you have anything to add?
I think I would just add that it's obvious that we have a problem in utility billing, and it's more than just one type of error. Excuse me. I don't want to go through the list of businesses and residences that I personally have found errors on, because it's private, I feel, at this time. But it's not just the billing either, and I think that it's going to be a 2-part solution, and I think this is the first part. I think we can do it fairly inexpensive by hiring someone that's experienced with the meter reading. I know we had talked to administration a little bit about sending out a survey to people to have them let us know what's going on at their property so we can determine how they should be billed. I don't think that's a good idea. I think we need to have a plan, have the forms, send our person out, and get the information that we need to make sure then that it's actually being transferred into the billing. And that's just the first problem.
Councilmember Cease, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay, Councilmember Singh.
Just a couple of questions. You used the word appears on going out and seeing if a building appears to be a single-family residence. I do think that a lot of B&Bs would happen to look like a single-family residence. Don't know if they've been modified, don't know if they have an extra kitchenette in there, don't know any of that kind of stuff. So I'm just kind of wondering how that you envision that working. And then the other thing is that if someone does have, I thought that the demand meters, the way I remember it being explained was that not every business is required to have a demand meter because it's based on their usage. And I thought there was a certain amount of usage they have every month, and if they go over that amount, then they are provided a demand meter, but not every business was required to have one. And the other point I was going to make was, don't we have a meter reader? I mean, are there people that we already have hired to do this, or how do we get our readings now? I mean, I know it's all radio, but I guess I'm not understanding. So I just think if there's somebody.
So
in
we'll
there.
let you answer a couple, and then maybe Corey in administration can answer a couple.
Great. So if it appears to be a house, that's how it should be answered. Finance has access to all the lodging permits in the clerk's office. So they can take that small stack, I think it's what, 80 maybe, and make sure that, you know, provided that they're not owner occupied. Because let's remember that if a bed and breakfast is owner occupied, that's still their main residence. You can still pay your residential rate if you occupy your home. The business doesn't override that, and that's in code. So the finance department can take those lodging permits and make sure that the places that appear to be a house per this questionnaire are actually, if they're not owner occupied, getting applied a commercial rate. To answer your question about how are meters being read right now, I believe it is our utility manager that goes out, and there are some meters that are not, well, there's somebody that drives up and down and the radio picks it all up, and I think that's the utility manager, but they're not walking up to the meters. They don't know where those meters are. They've never been there before. Okay. And there are some meters that still are not properly programmed, and Corey can verify this, that they actually have to go get reads on a select of those. So that's a whole nother issue, that those meters that are not properly programmed need to be properly programmed and changed out. And I think that there was a third question, and I don't remember what it was.
To me, it seems like this is something we
Yeah.
want to do to begin with. Corey?
Businesses
Uh,
demand, whether the.
Oh, demand.
Right. So to answer your question about businesses, so I manage, to give you an example, I manage a 150 square foot apartment. So that is, you know, maybe from Brooks to the wall, and from me to maybe the wall behind Sue. So that's how big it is. And I was told, I was like, why'd you guys put a demand meter on that thing? That's kind of silly. And I was told, every single business, if you use a space for commercial purposes, you get a demand meter. Now, it is contradictory, because if you go to the electric department, there is a demand policy that's wrote by John Fouts that totally contradicts all of that, right? That says what you're thinking, but that is not the case. That is not what we were told. That is not why council approved an additional $75,000 in demand meters, so that every business was assured to have a demand meter.
Do we want to ask the utility manager or the acting city manager? Did you want to make a couple comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So when we brought this up, we've been talking about this now for a week or so. So we got a copy of all the meters, and I know Doug has been working on it, on
Water meters.
Water meters, thank you. Water meters, and so we can see what size is going in. The thing what we need to do, we need to get the right data in, so we can correct any issues, and then we can go out and get the correct billing. But first we got to get the data in, and then Corey can touch on the demand meters, because we had a discussion the other day about it. Go ahead, Corey.
Thanks, and again, maybe we can keep it short because it's getting really late tonight, but I'm going to come over. So some of the discussions, right, if I just put this everything in context, what our tariff says, and it's in the tariff, and I can hand it up, I'm going to do this fast, so I'm not going to do that right now. You are a small general service, commercial service, if you're under 25 kW, and therefore there's no demand charge on the tariff. So you have to be a larger commercial, a large general service customer to get a demand charge, which by the way is $26.61 kW. There's a lot of confusion about this. kW is different than kWh. The kW is kind of like the gross amount, and then you got to multiply that times 8,760, because that's how many hours there are in a year to get the kWh. So John Fouts did do a policy, and he says if you're under 7,500 kWh, we're just going to assume you don't have a demand charge. I think that number's too high. I think it should be lower. And the utility desk can look at all of the customers by their kilowatt hours and have a good estimation that, hey, they're small enough, they're not gonna hit the 25 kW to put them into the large classification and need a demand meter. I did some research. John Fouts did have a policy that every time I read it, I kind of read it differently, about whether everyone was going to get a demand meter. But I did find a July 8th, 2019 CMR where he wrote, and this is part of it, he says, I would like to make this clear. I made the mistake by saying that we would make all commercial meters demand capable. I own up to that mistake and I'm carefully navigating the utility to move forward. So he did ask for $75,000 additional for meters. I verified with National Meters, they did order those meters. There's probably about $40,000 worth of demand meters sitting in our warehouse. I went over there, I took pictures of them. So I've documented that. And so you think I'm not going to need 300 hours next year? But anyway. So,
well, hopefully the new guy's even better than you.
Yeah, I know. Yes, it keeps coming, it keeps coming. So, but you know, I understand it, and I, as a utility manager, I'm just the utility manager at City of Seward is only in charge of the operations.
Yeah.
It's hard to be, you're part of the expenses of the business. I'd like to be part of the responsibility for the revenues, you know, because they seem you want to match them up. But anyway, I think there was confusion a year and a half ago, and the idea is that they did order those meters. National Meter confirmed that with me. What I want to tell you though is, so I think the idea of having some clarification, I think the utility should go out there and take a picture of every meter, and it should be in the file. And know where this demand, the number, the address, it all matches up. My only direction, and that's when you install a new meter, generally that's how it's done. And I wanted to go to National Metering and say, do you have that data for us? Because they might have it. I oversaw the installation of 47,000 new meters at Golden Valley, and every meter has got a picture, a location, a GPS on it, and we know exactly where it is. And National Metering might have that. So I did talk to them. They got much more expensive prices than what has been discussed here to go and do an inspection. If you're going to touch a meter, by the way, though, if you're going to touch it, I think the IBW is going to say it's got to be an IBW.
Yeah, I don't think you're saying touch it. But so you talked to them, did they have pictures or tell you where those were installed?
I didn't ask him what
so
data drop they might have.
You know, if they haven't provided that information to us, we definitely don't want to have them do what they should have done in the first place. Let's keep moving along. Sounds like all of this is a great idea because the data would be great. So can you make a motion and let's vote on it?
And the only other thing I will caution you is there's 800 commercial meters. All right, there's 2,800 meters total, about 800 commercial meters. If you say $5,000, that's about $7 per meter for someone to walk through deep snow, get the backyards to look at and photograph, depending what you want them to do. Maybe you can get someone for that much, but I hope you give the city management some flexibility on the cost, because I don't think any contractor that wants to make money is gonna do it. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Go up for bid and find out.
Yeah. I think we can go up for quotes, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to direct the administration to hire an experienced contracted meter reader to complete a location audit of all electrical meters. And it's, before I finish my, motion, can I ask administration something really quick with Doug sitting here?
Yep.
Basically, you guys already have the water meter location
Correct,
audit.
talk on it,
You already
if you like.
had all that data and we don't need to do that?
We've got all the data for all the meters, so we picked those up. We're out Friday and today. I don't know if I'm on the microphone or not, you can hear, but we did go through it and identified meters. We started with basically anybody who's 1 inch to 2 inch area. If they're listed 2 inch down, small business type, we want to catch those in case they're wrong. We are finding that we've got some opposite that have a 2 inch that are only getting charged for a 1 inch. We've only gone through about 28 we want to just get the basically commercial customers that could have an issue there. We do have like 10, 12, 15 meters, I think, like at Icicle Seafoods. We'll do those in a bunch later. Wintertime, we do have a lot of seasonal ones that are closed down we can't get to. But we'll work our way through those and get the groups. We'll go out and do Avtech. They've got a whole different setup, so we'll go through and do those separately. We know there's some different ones, but especially with some of these older buildings, we're working on the data we had. You know, somebody provided that data at one time, and that's what the building department has. They haven't been able to change anything. They're using what data was given to them back whenever somebody put it in or guessed at it. So we'll work through those, and I think I love having the data. I think this is a great time to push through it, and whether we do it in-house or out of house, it's just good. We want it to be there. So I think we've got a good start on it already with the water meters, and we'll be able to get all those, and I think it'll alleviate as the rate study comes in. I think the water meters will increase, and we'll have to picture, record all those. We are taking pictures of everyone we've, as we go across, get the pictures, the data where it's at. But I think it'll take care of a lot of what you were talking about, the intrusive for ERUs trying to get in or out. At this point, the way we presented it was 3-plex and below does not need a meter, 4-plex and above does. And so you start looking at all the commercial businesses that have had these halves, and it's going to hopefully make everything very simple. So we do still need a little talk with you guys to figure some more of that, just to be sure we fine tune it and get it done, but we're really close to bringing a resolution with tariffs on that. But the meters, I think we've got a really good start already on.
So Councilmember Cosgrove, would you make a motion on the 1 and 2? Because I have more questions on 3, but let's get 1 and 2 off the table.
Okay, great. So I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager to hire an experienced contracted meter reader to complete a location audit of all electric meters, and also direct the city manager to complete an in-house audit of all water meters.
I'll second that.
Okay. Further discussion? Let's take a vote.
Voting on the direction, Osander,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
Buckland,
Yes.
Casagrande,
Yes.
Demas,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
and Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That motion is approved.
Now, could you explain number 3 to me? The February 29th, 2019 date is setting me off. I don't
Sure.
know what that means.
So, number 3, just for the public that's listening or for anybody that doesn't have in front of them, direct the city manager to complete a financial in-house audit based on site visit data collected and all public utility bills for February 2019. So, I took a handful of bills, and it appears to me that something completely went awry in February 2019. And that's when a lot of the utility billings that I found went wacko. And so I think that that's a good month to start, to see which ones, I mean, you can go
Would it be
if
for February 2019 to date? Is that what you're
Well, because, like somebody said, Corey said, there's 2,800 total meters. So that means there's 2,800 bills. And to look through this, there's some, first of all, in the water section of our billing, so when you look at sewer, it has sewer, and then it's got the rate, and then it's got what they're charged. Well, in the water section, it's blank. So you have to do the math to even try to find out what someone's being charged. You don't know if they're getting a 2-inch charge, you don't know if they're getting ERUs. You don't, I mean, you can tell if they're getting water meter or not, because up above there's a water meter. It'll read that they have a water meter.
The invoice doesn't break down what the costs are.
The invoice doesn't break it down. So to do that, just alone, 2,800 times to like really thoroughly, and maybe I'm not a utility manager, so I don't, billing manager, so I don't know how easy or how difficult that would be. But basically, I don't want this to be a big, huge chore where the finance department that appears to be struggling already is consumed by this really big, huge project. I think that it should just be like a week-long project where they take a stack of 2,800 bills, make sure that, you know, with the data collected, they're receiving the right type of billing. You know, if their demand is, if their meter is pulling a demand, they're getting charged for a demand. If they're,
So my question to you would be, why wouldn't we just take the next most recent month? So that we're talking about current businesses?
because my concern is that, okay, so I'll give you an example. It's almost like you need to pull two random months. So one of the bills that I found, it was overcharged for a minimum charge of a 2.5-inch water line, right? So because their water meter was less than the minimum charge, they just got the minimum charge. But then another month, their water read higher than the minimum charge, so they actually got charged for the water meter read. It's really hard to explain, but there's a minimum. And so you might be, if you took one stack of bills, 1 month, assuming that, I just think like winter months are good because people are coming below that minimum use, you know? Whereas if you take a summer, you're not gonna catch the people that have been being mischarged all this time.
Okay, I guess my concern with the February 2019 date is I want to make sure we're catching all the any new businesses.
Yeah, you'll catch them then, because you'll see in February 2019 the businesses that didn't have a demand meter.
No, I mean like between February 2019 and now.
Oh.
New businesses that might have.
Oh, gotcha. I mean, maybe we could do February 2019 and February 2020.
Councilmember DeMoss?
I think that we picked February 2019 because that's where we saw a lot of mistakes starting to be made. And that's where we got information from the utility desk that they made some changes that month that they later determined were incorrect, but then we determined we're still not altered.
So wouldn't those mistakes still be happening today? Like, couldn't we pick December?
They are still happening today at some places. They aren't at some people that figured it out. And if there was a new business that opened up during that time, it will not be in February of 2019. But I think looking at February of 2019 might give a good indication of who was targeted.
Can I say, I am not going to be in favor of this, but I will say that I should think that if we find a discrepancy in our when we collect our data, that I would believe that that's going to be addressed at the time that it's discovered. I would think. So I'm not sure. I mean, I would hopefully think that not all 2,800 or whatever the amount is needs to be looked through. I would think that. I mean, it's going to be looked through, but you're not going to find a problem. So I'm just thinking that, you know, we could just maybe allow this to continue, let them do their data gathering, and then if they find something, I would hope that they would address it.
Yeah, but the one thing I will say is they'll do data gathering, but you won't know if you found something until you go back and check how the person's being billed. You won't know there's a problem until you compare.
Right.
So that's why we're deciding what to compare.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, so just to let you know, I was talking with Jeremy yesterday, I was trying to get into you guys going back and forth for that. But Finance already has the pictures of every meter and has the location
Well
and everything
then,
already.
so here's where I'm at right now, because we're losing time. If you guys knew how to do this and it was all ready to be done, like, why are we talking about it?
Right.
So like right now we're talking about what date to compare them to, Councilmember McClure?
Well, I'm just curious, you're just talking about commercial?
All of them. The residents will go easy. I could read a resident's bill and
Well,
check.
yeah, because the residence bill has the same amount for sewer every time.
So let's
and water.
just say that you have a garage that you use for commercial space and your bill says Sue McClure. But you also have a house and your bill says Sue McClure. You're supposed to be being charged commercial rates. A business pays a customer charge of $41. A residence pays a customer charge of $21.
So how do they find that out?
By the data that's collected, does this meter appear to be a single-family residence?
And then
No,
they have
it's
to
a
go back
garage.
to the bill to double check and see
They
if they're
find
getting
it
it
from-
correctly.
okay.
Yep.
So, you know, I don't care February 2019, but I'd like to, I'd say February 2019 and December 2020, and then you'd know if it was systemic throughout all the years. Okay, do you wanna make that motion?
I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager, to direct the city manager to complete a financial in-house audit based on site visit data collected and all Seward Public Utility bills for February 2019 and December 2020.
I'll second.
Okay, let's call for a vote, we've discussed it.
Voting on that motion, Ostenga,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
Casa Grande,
Yes.
Demas,
Yes.
Bachlan.
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That motion is approved.
So, I guess we'll check in 3 months and see where we're at, or if we could just get updates to
Updated
the
the city
manager's
manager
report.
report.
And I'm gonna make a motion to extend tonight's meeting till midnight.
Second it.
And let's just vote, I don't think we need to discuss it.
Voting to extend tonight's meeting to midnight, Bachlan,
Yes.
Demas.
Yes.
Casa Grande.
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
Ostenga.
Yes.
Mayor Terry.
Yes, this
That
is
motion
what
is
happens when we skip a meeting in December, so y'all remember that. Okay, next on the agenda is city clerk's memo on city manager recruitment. Brenda, you're up.
Okay, so just to provide council with a brief update, GovHR has done the hiring. The application period closed on January 4th. They received 58 applications and are pretty thrilled with 16 of the applications, calling them 5-star applicants. They have 10 that are 4-star applicants. They're in the process right now of conducting background checks and doing preliminary interviews to vet the candidates. They will be bringing you a short list of candidates, but there's a couple of decision points that I need from council tonight. One is that in the packet are the proposed interview questions. They spent some time cleaning up I sent them the previous interview questions, and they spent some time cleaning them up and categorizing them, and they're hoping that to get feedback from council on the 15 to 17 interview questions that you wish to use, and that will comprise about an hour-long interview. Lots of questions included, and I'm not sure how public you want to make those interview questions at this point in time. In the past, we have actually kept those questions until you went to score the candidates.
There's a lot of questions on here. I mean, I think they're all great questions. Like, I have no, I want this question for sure. I mean, is there someone that feels very strongly? I mean, I'd feel comfortable with people picking 15 to 17 questions and not fussing about it. Is there anyone that would like to take that on and pick the top? Councilmember Casagrande?
I'll take it on and pick the top.
Okay, so why don't you pick 17, and if we see one on there that we really thought we wanted, can we see those final questions at the next meeting?
If you want to make them public.
Oh, I see what you're saying, No, I mean, we trust you. Just pick 17.
And then submit them to the clerk?
Give them to the clerk.
Okay.
Is there anyone else that would like to work with her on that? I think the last time we got in a lot of trouble about picking those questions by committee.
That was part of the.
I would volunteer to work on that with her.
Okay.
There are 10 categories, so you're going to have like 1.5 questions per committee.
Okay. Okay. And then what's the other thing we need to
Okay,
decide?
and then the other thing is, after they vet the candidates and they shrink down the pool a little bit, you have the option to do a preliminary interview with those 6 or 8 or however many candidates that you want to have an initial interview with. You have 2 options. You can do a live Zoom interview and ask the questions and get your answers live, or you can provide the questions to the candidates. They'll record themselves and you'll see their pre-recorded interview questions.
Councilmember McClure?
How did we do it last time?
You did pre-recorded interview
pre-recorded.
questions.
That was for the
until
initial.
You had the live in person.
And that's how Matsu has done it most recently.
That worked really well.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it wasn't Zoom.
Is that your
Completely your
preference?
choice, because
So let's do show of hands, Spark Hire, and that's the
Oh, what-
pre-recorded.
Oh.
Spark Hire is the pre-recorded.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do pre-record.
Sorry,
Oh,
it's
Councilmember Cease, do you mind if we do, pre-recorded interviews for the first
No,
round?
I don't have a problem with that.
Great.
Super. Does council have any questions to go back to of HR at this point in time?
I do. Can we please see the applications for the top, like, I don't know, you said that there was 10, however many 5-star and how many 4-star?
16 plus 10.
I'd like
to see
second that.
those. Both top two tiers?
Yeah, please.
Okay, we have allowed GovHR because there was some pushback on some of the giving the candidates the opportunity to withdraw their application if they did not want them to become public.
Perfect, that's fine.
And so those people will be pulled out.
That's fine.
Okay,
That's great.
thank you.
Next on the agenda, you have all the direction you need?
Yep, I'm good.
Mayor, appoint 2 council members to tabulation team for city clerk evaluation. I think everyone here knows the drill. Are there 2? And so we'll have 2 for city clerk. Soon we'll have 2 for city manager and 2 for our illustrious city attorney. Osinga?
I just have a question. I'm wondering, are we using the same form that we used last year and the year before?
It is.
So I would like to, actually, what I'd like to do is take a look at it and see if it needs to be tweaked or rewritten. I just think it'd be a good idea to look at it before we
Get it going.
get it going.
Do you want a work session or do you want to just do it on the floor?
I think we should have a work session.
Work session, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be appropriate.
Yep, yep, let's do a work session.
So the last work
The other
session,
one
when
wasn't
council
yours.
adopted this in July, I think, of 2017, so it's been in use for just a few years.
It doesn't hurt to take another look, I guess. Which all that is ready to go. Pick a date, folks.
Yes.
This
The other meeting on February 2nd?
No, the other meeting is noon on the 19th, but I don't know that we want to have a daytime meeting where we're doing 2 topics.
I'm sorry, I don't know what.
You're remembering the council tours.
Okay, no, I knew there was something.
Yeah, you got it.
Do we have a work session before our next meeting?
So the 25th at 6
We do not.
or 5:30?
6 should,
Probably 5:30.
Okay,
5:30.
26 at 5:30. We'll look at all 3 forms.
oh,
Okay.
Okay.
so.
And then can we postpone? So, I mean, should we still pick a tabulation team, or do you want to just postpone this till the next meeting?
Let's postpone.
It's yeah.
Yeah, let's
At your will.
postpone since we're looking at the forms anyways.
Could I just request that we have printouts, or I guess to have all those forms available either as paper or
Yeah.
on the,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, so,
agenda thing?
right, and we can go through that, but there's like 4 components.
Right.
They're all the same for everyone. The only thing that
It's just
changes
the
is the job
Okay.
duties
Yeah.
and the goals.
That's what we need.
Okay.
What was it, date again?
It'll,
25th.
the next meeting at
Yeah.
5:30.
5:30 before.
25th?
Yeah.
Did I say the 26th? I'm sorry. It's the 25th
is
at
it?
5:30.
25th.
25th at 5:30.
I wrote the wrong date, yeah.
I think I said the wrong date.
That's fine.
That's all right.
Yeah, I did confuse everyone.
It's late.
That's all right.
Discuss directing the city manager to issue requests for proposals to conduct a forensic audit, electric, water, and sewer utilities. That is page 227. Councilmember Cascarande. And Councilmember Demas.
I'll actually start out with this one if Councilmember Cascarande doesn't mind. I would like to just start out with making a motion, and maybe we can just open it up for discussion that way. I would like to make a motion to direct the city manager to issue an RFP for a 3-tier forensic audit of the City of Seward's Finance Department and electric enterprise to include, but not limited to, water, sewer, and electric billing.
I'll second.
So can I ask how that differs from the recommendation here before us?
I think that it kind of envelopes everything into, including the entire finance department. Our thought was if we
Specific still to utility billing.
specific, we definitely want the utility billing, but sometimes when you open up a can of worms, you find something else here and something else there, and that way it doesn't limit the audit if they find something that they need to follow to solve a problem. I think that, you know, it just kind of opens it up to explore it as needed. And sometimes when you see a few problems, there's usually more.
So I guess I'm just confused, but go ahead.
I just
Councilmember.
have a question as to how much this is expected to cost.
I guess that's what we're looking to find out by sending it out for an RFP.
Oh.
So I thought I had a pretty good handle on what was being asked, but the finance piece, really, I just need some more clarification. And I'm not arguing, I just want to figure out what that really entails.
I think
they're
that
gonna have to develop the RFP for it.
Right. I think that we want to specifically ask for the water, sewer, and electric. And I guess I just didn't want to limit it just to that. So I thought including just the finance department, starting with the water, sewer, and electric. And it doesn't limit it to just that. If they find something, they can explore more.
So can I elaborate?
Yeah.
Okay, so the intent of this is basically to direct the city manager to issue an RFP for a 3-tier forensic audit of the city's water, sewer, and electric utility billing to include but not limited to tariffs, transmission line loss, policy for placement of demand meters, and the allocation of ERUs to ensure ratepayers with demand meters are being billed properly, and that all ratepayers are being billed fairly and equitably for the years of 2018 to 2023 years total. And so I believe what Councilmember DeMoss is trying to say is, let's just take transmission line loss alone, okay? So before the meeting, I asked the current electric utility director, is 15% transmission line loss, like, does that sound like a good number? And he said it sounds high. So transmission line loss, you need to look at the whole department, like the whole electric department. So we can keep it to just transmission line loss, but you have utility billing over here, and across the street you have the electric department. Basically what I want is, I know that the water and sewer billing was a mess. I've also done some tariff investigation and my own math, and there's a couple water and sewer tariffs over the last 2 years that have been rounded up for a penny. No big deal. But it's just, I don't know, I mean, we can keep it narrowed if that's what we need to have the support, and then if that comes up with something, then we can continue looking further. I mean, I don't know, but it's hard to keep it limited to so small.
Go ahead. You know what, and I'm sorry, Councilmember Olsen,
I was just gonna say, did we not just cover this with the previous action that we have with directing our administration to look into auditing our placement of meters and whatnot, and then going through this already? So you're saying something completely different than what we just directed these guys to do?
Could I just say that I know that for a long time, before I was on council, there have been many citizen concerns about a forensic audit. This is a small place to start. We are not spending money at this point. We are just asking for an RFP to go out. All we have heard from previous administrations before was, it's going to be hundreds of thousands and tens of whatever it's going to cost. But we've never sent it out an RFP. So I think at this point, to just focus on that and say, send out the RFP and let us know how much it is. And that is simple to say, if you want to make it broad, if you want to keep that broad, that's obviously going to add to the expense, but send out the RFP and bring back the price, it costs us nothing to do that.
So I have a question, because I just need to figure out, so intrinsically in any of this is the finance department. I mean, the electric utility pays the finance department money to do their billing and everything else. So just adding that finance department into this, I just need to know how that actually broadens the scope. Because intrinsically in these things, that's who those folks have hired to do their billings. So that's fine if it's adding something else, I just need to know what additional it's adding.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I want to give them the opportunity to find it.
But what are?
Does it have
what-
to say?
No, I guess so I'm not asking what they would find, I'm asking you what additionally are they auditing? I guess I'll say it that way. So if by saying the finance department, what additionally would they be auditing?
What would they not have access to if they were just auditing the water, sewer, and electric billing in the finance department?
I don't know.
Does anybody?
I mean, so when I look at your intent, I can see how administration could build an RFP out of this intent. So with your motion, does it change what the intent is at all? Does it add anything to that intent paragraph?
I think it not necessarily adds, but just isn't limiting it to just water, sewer, and electric.
I will say, and I have asked before different accountants about forensic auditing, and it has to be specific. So if you are just asking, and maybe we just need to reread your motion so that it's clear that I think now thinking back on it, it might have been muddied. Is it just the billing that is being audited, or are you asking for the department?
The department.
So that I think is two different things. So could you read the motion being made?
The motion that I have is to direct the city manager to issue a request for proposals for a 3-tier forensic audit of the city's, to include but not limited to the city's water, sewer, and electric utility billing for the years 2018 to 2020.
I thought it said finance department in there. Did I miss it?
She added that. That was not the motion that was made by,
No, she made the motion.
I made the motion. Should I read it?
to include but not limited to, and then when you started talking about intent, that's when the finance department started coming in.
No, I think you said finance department.
Okay, go ahead and repeat.
Okay, so direct city manager to issue an RFP for a 3-tier forensic audit of the city of Seward's finance department and electric enterprise to include but not limited to water, sewer, and electric billing, years 2018 to 2020.
Okay. Councilmember?
Basically, if it makes it clearer for you guys, because you guys were able to see the intent, like, I'm totally okay withdrawing my motion and just leaving it to the intent that you see. What Councilmember DeMoss made a motion of is like flip-flopping, it's putting the included but not limited to in a broader scope. Because hers does say the water, sewer, electric, utility billing, just not limited to that. In case something goes, but if we want to keep it really focused, like Councilmember Baclan, or Vice Mayor Baclan mentioned, I can totally withdraw mine. I mean, it's getting late, and it's something that needs to be done, and it should just be done. I think the RFP will be crafted, and we can pick it apart once it's here.
So where are we?
So that's fine. Sorry. Do I just have to take it back?
Madam Mayor, I make a suggestion that we move it to February 8th meeting. That's a lot to do and to get it on the next meeting. To move to the February 8th meeting.
Yeah. So I'll withdraw my second.
And I'll withdraw my motion.
And we'll leave it to the intent that's in the agenda statement.
Okay, so let's make them, so and here's where I'm at. When we say finance department, the finance department is in all these other departments because that's what they're doing. So I'm just trying to figure out what.
And so I guess my idea behind that was if they see something that is a finance issue in another department, that doesn't limit them to just what they're specifically directed to do. But if that's how a forensic audit works, then that's what we should do.
Because I
Be
think they would
specific.
bring that up. Okay, so let's get a motion and,
So I'll make a motion to direct the city manager to issue an RFP for a 3-tier forensic audit of the city's water, sewer, and electric utility billing to include but not limited to tariffs, transmission line loss, policy for the placement of demand meters, and the allocation of ERUs to ensure all ratepayers with the demand meter are being billed properly and that ratepayers are being billed fairly and equitably for the years of 2018 through 2020.
okay, so that's the first.
I'll second.
Comma, 3 years total.
So, and actually, you're at this point not directing to issue an RFP, you're actually directing them to develop an RFP to bring back to us on February 8th. Right? And then we'll look at that RFP and then they'll issue it?
I think that that's the most transparent, like, best process for all of us to be part of it. And we can get an idea of research or costs unless they already know.
So is your motion really to direct the city manager to bring back to council on February 8th at a work session an RFP for blah, 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 blah?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that is actually my motion, with my second agrees.
I got it.
Yes.
I mean, we can,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
And so there's lots of things that will happen between now and then. We're not allocating any money, we're not putting an RFP on a street, we're looking at what that might look like.
I have a question for administration. Have you guys had any feedback on what an RFP for this could cost?
So we reached out to Altman Rogers, who is our audit firm, and Grant Todd was out of the office, but the admin said, depending on the scope, back to Vice Mayor Baclan's point, it could vary widely, but in the 180 to 220 range would be typical.
Okay.
But again, it's really gonna depend on the scope, so that was just kind of the ballpark, and they couldn't give us any more information until we kind of defined the parameters.
But you had this when you called them?
Correct.
Okay. So if I may ask a question, because we haven't voted yet.
Mm-hmm.
So if I wanted to go back to direct them to issue an RFP for council review and acceptance at the next regularly scheduled city council meeting of February 25th, I could do that.
Yeah, I mean,
January,
maybe,
sorry.
I didn't mean to jump in there, that I was just
Yeah.
interpreting. So if I interpreted wrong, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep my motion exactly as the intent of what I have here. That's what I want to have happen. I don't really want to delay,
Okay.
drag this out.
So to direct the city manager to issue an RFP with that. So I guess where I was getting that was the part that you did, in the intent, was to have that January 25th date.
Right, exactly.
So have them issue an RFP,
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
and that's the motion. Councilmember Olsen?
I'm just kind of curious as how we're planning on paying for this. We just spent some time, actually quite a bit of time, arguing about a couple of employees not getting raises according to the wage study, but here we are looking at spending possibly, even if it's only $100,000, here we are looking at possibly putting an RFP out or requesting that our administration puts together an RFP to spend possibly $100,000.
I think
So I'm not going to be in favor of doing this or even trying to start down this road. I think it's a slippery slope, and I still need to hear what you're looking for, because you're coming up with summations, you're coming up with theories, okay, but is there something specific that, because I don't want to start fishing for stuff over the last 3 years if we're not, well, first off, I don't want to spend $100,000 if we don't need to. And that's why I was getting at, we just got through saying we're going to go through and look at all our meters. We got through saying that we're going to take care of it in-house. You're getting into other things here, and I understand that these are not the same things, but I'm thinking that maybe possibly we're kind of double dipping into basically the same problem that we were already trying to resolve. So I'm not going to be in favor of supporting this, and I'm not going to be in favor of spending at least $100,000 on something that we may not need to be doing right now.
Councilmember Demas?
I completely understand what you're saying, Councilmember Osenga. I just want to point out a few things. It's hard to fix problems if you don't know why you have them. And there are problems that have been occurring here in the utility department for a while and that were known. And I know that. So I have questions of why those problems weren't fixed, and it's been going on for a long time. And that's just one example. So that's the reason for the forensic audit, is to find out what's going on so we can make sure, so we can have our new finance director, our new city manager come here with a clean slate and know how to start fresh and have an actual good chance at doing a good job and having the support they need to know where the problems are, and we can expect them to fix those problems. But we at least need to help them identify those issues because we're handing them these issues on a plate.
So I just have one question. So you did say that you know of a problem?
I know of several problems.
You know of several
yes.
problems. Do you have a dollar amount that you're looking, that you could possibly recover from all of those problems put together, do you think?
No comment.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I'll ask you that question then.
Go ahead. Yeah. Actually, if you want to know, I just received a check from the city for $6,800 because I was overbilled on my commercial account for the last 2 years, and I wouldn't have known unless I went and used my bill as an example to compare to someone else that was having a problem.
And I just recovered $2,900+ on one of my clients' commercial bills for utilities that were overcharged.
So, and I will say that I am in support of this, and aside from the issues and problems, where I see this will be helpful is with our movement forward with the rate studies. Because I think building, those rate studies are only going to be as good and as comparable going into those, knowing that we have actual correct data behind them. So I'm interested in it because we're going to be raising rates on our customers, and I want to know that we're fairly equitably applying our rates that we have. So, we're good. Problems and issues aside. So, call for a vote?
Okay, voting on the motion, if I can just make double sure that I have it. It is actually the entire first sentence of the paragraph for
It's-
intent.
If I can, I'd
With
like
no-
the entire intent. So I'd also like to direct the clerk's office to delay scheduled destruction of all public records until directed by the council to resume.
So I might just say you don't want all the intent because there's that sentence in there that you don't want. So let's vote on this and then do that as a second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's, so can you read?
Okay, so it's the first sentence in the paragraph of intent. To direct the city manager to issue an RFP for a 3-tier forensic audit of the city's water, sewer, and electric utility billing to include but not limited to tariffs, transmission line loss policy for the placement of demand meters, and the allocation of ERUs to ensure all ratepayers with a demand meter are being billed properly, and that all ratepayers are being billed fairly and equitably for the years of 2018 to 2020, 3 years total. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Voting on that motion, DeMoss,
Yes.
Backlund,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
Casagrande,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
Osenga,
No.
and Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That motion is approved.
Councilmember Casagrande, did you have another motion?
I'd also like to direct the clerk's office to delay the scheduled destruction of all public records until further directed by city council to resume.
I'll second that.
So with that motion, I'll turn to administration. You don't do your own scheduled destruction. All of that gets transferred to the clerk. So people sitting at their desk aren't following their own retention schedule. Do we need to include all of administration in this?
Yeah, no one in the city destroys records except the clerk's office.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Madam Mayor, did you make an amendment for the date that you want this? I didn't hear an amendment for
We
the date.
didn't put one
It's
in.
separate.
Delay the scheduled destruction for all public records until directed
No,
by.
the January 25th, it wasn't mentioned.
Oh, yeah, no, you're just,
There was no date.
yeah, so it's not coming back to us, develop an RFP and get it on the street.
Right.
But there was no date.
Well, January 25th, 2020, probably 2021.
No, but I guess, so,
Yeah.
the,
So,
so here's the thing, there's no date because however long it takes you to develop it and get it on the street.
Right.
So you're not being limited. So what it's saying is to issue an RFP. So if it you'll just, until that RFP is issued, you can just give us updates. I mean, it might take you a month to develop the actual RFP.
Just the way it's written, Madam Mayor, it says, mission to bring the RFP to council for review.
Yep, so
But
that
they did
wasn't,
not- That wasn't
Okay,
part
that
of the,
okay, all right.
that wasn't
Yeah,
part of the motion.
that's not, I know it's,
Okay.
sorry, getting late.
So does council want to see the RFP before it goes out?
Wow.
Might be beneficial.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could.
It's really clear.
So right now, though, I'll just say that we're on, we can circle back if you need further direction, but right now the motion on the floor is to delaying the scheduled destruction of public records. Is there any further discussion? Okay, let's vote on that.
Voting on that motion, Demas,
Yes.
McClure,
Yes.
Casagranda,
Yes.
Backlund,
Yes.
Osenga,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
and Mayor Terry.
Yes.
That motion is approved.
Okay, so let's make sure that we've given administration clear directions, so I'll let you ask your questions.
I get the intent, we're just gonna issue our RFP for those items that was stated.
Yep. And you might have to, work with Altman Rogers and see if they have, limits or, some of those other things that are involved in an RFP, because what you're basically given is the actual work product. Like, the audit firm might say you should ask for 5 copies when it comes back in one presentation, or I don't know. Okay, so next item on the agenda is discuss and provide input to GCI regarding viability. I'm going to pass this over to the Vice Mayor. And I'm just going to say, I just am going to disclose that my husband works for GCI. He has nothing to do with programming or channels. So we have no substantial or even insubstantial financial interest in how this gets decided.
And I'm gonna rule that you do not have a conflict.
So the only reason I wrote the agenda statement and put this on the, in the packet is because the email, as you can see on page 230, was addressed to me. I actually don't have super strong feelings one way or the other, but I wanted to bring it to council and get input on if we want to ask GCI to continue to provide for our meetings to be viewed on that cable channel, or if we want to tell them it's no longer needed. Councilmember Osenga?
Is it not, it's not just for council meetings viewing, is it? Are there other things that happen on that channel, or is it just for council meetings?
It's just council
Oh, really?
meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Boards and commissions.
Yeah, it's city meetings.
City-related stuff. Oh, okay,
So
okay, thank you.
P&Z and stuff.
P&Z,
PACAP.
yeah.
So
PACCAB, I don't think, they don't broadcast PACCAB.
I've seen them, I'm sure. Yeah. I've seen them
On GCI?
Yeah.
No,
Well, it's
the
turned
YouTube.
on. It's turned on,
No,
whether
I've
GCI
seen
broadcasts it.
Oh, okay.
And then like election counting and stuff.
Oh, meet the candidates.
Okay.
And meet the candidates. But, I thought originally they were saying, I didn't read this, that they were going to cancel it because they're changing over to digital, and that was going to be an issue here or something? Is that not the case?
I think it was an issue that actually got worked out, because
Oh.
this email just
Yeah, I
says,
didn't see that in here.
we are undertaking effort to improve customer experience by eliminating community channels that are no longer desired by the local communities.
Okay.
Councilmember Cascarone?
Is this a cost to us to have this channel?
They don't charge us. The only cost I could think that I put in the agenda statement was potentially, I don't know, I'm assuming we take care of our side of the service with the hardware and the equipment. So that would be the only cost.
Oh, I for one.
I have,
Go ahead.
Mayor Terry, I would like to say something. There's a lot of people, myself included, I had to have somebody else get me on Zoom. I'm not smart enough to do all of that. Give me a set of books and I can look at them. But the computers are way off my limit. And there's a lot of people who do not have a computer, do not have the access to be able to do it online. This Zoom thing is very nice. It's better than it was on YouTube, but I think that we ought to try to keep it. Or at least find out who really wants it, you know? I think it should be there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cook?
They did put out a survey, or asked for input, and I have no idea what input they got, but I do know there are a number of older people who, when it's working, rely on the TV broadcast of the meetings. When the sound wasn't working, I got tons of calls, so I know this. So it is something that is used by people. Because not everybody wants to go to YouTube or have their, it's just the way people are used to doing it. So I would say, I really thought this was all because they were changing to digital and that was an issue, but if that's not an issue, I'd say I'd vote to keep it.
So unless there's objection, let's look to the clerk to please respond back to them and say, we have a number of citizens that utilize this as their primary way to view council and other city meetings, and we would ask you to keep the channel in place. Yeah. Is there any objections to that? Okay. Next on the agenda is City Clerk's Annual Report for 2020 Public Records. Are there any questions or comments with that? Next on the agenda is citizen comments. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up for citizen comments, or does anyone have their hand raised on the Zoom?
We had one citizen, but they went to bed, so.
Okay.
On Zoom, we have 2 people with hands raised.
Okay.
First is Karen Corrigan.
Am I live now?
You are, thank you.
Hello? Okay. So just FYI, we had a little back and forth with muting, unmuting. That's something to take care of last time, I guess. I just wanted to thank council for voting on resolution 2021-004. I'm a little concerned with the talk of we should all look forward to possible layoffs or position cuts. I would hope that council would first look at ways to increase the general fund monies coming in, not by sales tax, by the way, because that just hurts us lower paid people and the people that struggle to live here working at Safeway. Sales tax raises is not the answer. It's not the solution. I think you should consider mill rate increases first. We all know that a considerable amount of property isn't owned by the locals anyway, so let's roll some money in that way first before we consider raising sales taxes. Thank you for your time, and you guys make it hard for somebody to stick it out to the end.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Next is Linda Paquette.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So thank
No,
you.
not them.
What?
We're getting a little feedback,
Can you hear
but
me?
yeah, we can hear you mainly. I think there's a little bit of feedback from, we got it taken care of. Go ahead.
Okay, Linda Paquette, outside city limits. Thank you for your work tonight. You're not even done because you still have an executive session, so I'll try and be as quick as possible. In your packets from the December 14th meeting, there's a lot of material about the lagoon. There's also an email that I sent to DEC. I don't think it was DEC's intention for your administration to take that email that I sent to DEC and try to publicly shame me with it. I really don't think that was DEC's intention. Although Gene McCabe does not speak to that issue in this email I'm going to read you part of, he did write to me today, and I just want to read you a portion of it. Hello, Linda. I can provide the following. Lowell Point Wastewater Treatment Plant is currently discharging under permit AK 0021H90. This permit is in effect until May 31st, 2022, and can be renewed if the applicant submits an application for renewal. During the renewal process, the department will offer public comments for not less than 30 days. At section 2.4.4 of the permit, para 2.4.4.3, requires the operator to develop an operations and maintenance plan, which includes practices for minimizing the occurrence of offensive odors, among other items. So this is one of the things that I have kept asking about, and I don't know why I can't just get a simple yes or no. You put in 2015 a whole bunch of new equipment. So I would assume that that changed in some ways your operational and maintenance plan. And yet I can't find any expenditure for a new plan to have been developed. And so that remains a question. Is, what is the status of the operations and maintenance plan, and are you following it? And has it been updated since the new equipment was put in? The next paragraph reads, a quick review of the reporting data from the last 13 quarters on EPA's ECHO site indicates some exceedances for biochemical oxygen demand, BOD, and fecal chloroform bacteria in the summers of 2019 and 2020. So I would like you to go back and I would like you to read the letter from Lauren Lehman that's in your packet from December 14th, where he states that the lagoon has not violated or exceeded their BODs. He claims that the lagoon is performing better now and not exceeding BODs. And yet, we have it right here from G. McCabe, and you have it on the diet, and you have it in email. I sent you all, I sent it to Brenda, and Brenda sent it to all of you. It was late, but you have it in your email, and the mayor has a copy of what I'm speaking of on the dais, and you could pass it around and look at it. So the fact that this lagoon exceeded BODs and fecal chloroform in the summer of 2020 when there wasn't a single person here should mean something to all of you. And I am tired of being ignored and being shamed and ridiculed by your staff and your consultant when they are lying to me and you. And now I've given you the factual proof. The interesting thing is that your acting city manager said that your administration was completely unaware of the documentation that I just dropped off at the dais when you were on break. Didn't know anything about it. So I cannot impress upon you more strongly that I am not making stuff up here. You have a problem. I am talking to you because I care about you. I care about the city. And I don't know why you treat some of the advocates that come to you the way you do. And I don't mean council. But the attitude that comes out of this building towards citizens remains inappropriate. And you know what's funny is that there's hardly anybody still here. So where does that attitude come from? I'll close with just a curiosity. If the clerk is the only one who
Linda, that was your Linda, that was your 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you, bye.
Do we have anyone else signed up to speak?
No.
Anyone else raising their hand?
No.
Okay, so we will go to administration for comments.
Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor, we just had a hand raised.
Yep, go ahead.
Tongi Lebrecht. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, Tommy LeBrecht, 219 6th Avenue, Side City Limits. Just wanted to say thank you to council for tremendous work that you're undertaking. Kind of a monumental task, but tremendous amount of work and thought on your part into late into the night. I really appreciate that. Appreciate the openness of being able to listen to this conversation. Also wanted to thank you also for 2020-015 and making sure that the Jesse Lee property is made in 2 parts. So thank you very much for your long hours and all your time preparing for this meeting and this meeting, and again for Jesse Lee, and appreciate your time and your commitment.
Thank you very much. Okay, last check. Anyone else holding up their hands? Okay, administration, your turn for comments.
Okay, Madam Mayor, so that was, we're gonna work through these questions, all the questions you guys asked tonight, we'll get back to you as soon as we can. I was letting you know I'm gonna be gone, from the 21st to the 25th, and, Stephen will be acting city manager. Looks like he has a lot to do now for the 25th, but I'll work with him probably too, the best I can to make sure we're all set for that meeting. That's all I got.
Just want to thank everybody in the room for the hard work. I think the city needs to make sure that we're billing our community correctly, and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into that. I think our end goal is all the same, which is find a way to do that, and it's the ethical, legal, right thing to do. You know, we have policies, and we should make sure that they get implemented. And I think there's dialogue about how the best route to get there is. But at the end of the day, these are our friends and family and neighbors, and we need to make sure that they're billed correctly. So I can speak for staff. This has been something that a lot of staff are starting to work on. I hope the takeaway message to everybody here is that I've only been here since August, but I can tell you that I'm concerned when I find out that a member of our council is being overbilled to the degree to which Councilmember DeMoss was. And when that came to my attention and the Norm's attention, our immediate reaction was we need to fix this. So we had a meeting with Corey and with Doug, and they're already beginning the process of rectifying that. I think there's kind of 2 pieces like we talked about. Item number 5, administration fully supports that because we need to make sure that our finance folks have good information upon which to bill, and then we can make sure that we're billing correctly. So to me, item 5 is kind of the precursor, and then you kind of go look at the other side. So I think it's really important, and yeah, different ways of skinning the cat, but we know that we need to be billing people equitably. So thanks for the dialogue, Matt.
Good comment. Councilmember Cascarande?
I would just like to say thank you to administration for your support. It's been a really busy last couple of weeks for me in punching numbers and going cross-eyed into bills, and I couldn't have done it without the support of administration. So thank you. And I also wanted to thank everybody that spoke this evening. Wanted to also recommend to administration, when you guys are doing your in-house audit, another thing that I didn't think of, I mean, pulling lodging permits to identify those single-family residents that could be vacation rentals but not home-occupied businesses. You also need to look at the borough because you have a utility that goes out to Low Point and all the way out to Crown Point. So maybe working with the borough to either get their sales tax rolls or their business licensing that way. But I just want to make really clear that home occupations get that residential rate. So if they're living there and working there, no matter what the work is, that's a different per our code. My understanding, you want to look into that too. And it was nice to see our attorney Brooks here tonight. Thank you for taking the drive. I know that was treacherous and very brave of you, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeMoss?
We have a long night, so I'll make it short. I just want to say thank you to administration for helping us through all that utility billing, and really appreciate your support. And that's it. Good night.
Thank you. I'll skip to Councilmember Cease. I'll let you, council comments.
Okay, thank you. I want to say I have volunteered for the polar bear for 20-something years. And it's very, very important for people to support them because of the cancer. that the local activities support the one sewer, that now this will support everybody from the, I'm not sure if it's the Kenai Peninsula Borough or the state of Alaska, but it will help. And also I want to congratulate Officer John Anderson. I don't know him personally, but I'm happy to have him, that he was a part of our city. And I want to comment on Karen Corrigan's last note, that I hope that we don't have to raise the sales tax, because like she said, there's a lot of people that are out of the state or out of the city that own everything, and so property taxes might be the way to go. And so I want to thank you, Karen, for your observation. So, okay, that's it. Good night.
Councilmember Osenka?
I'd say good luck and happy retirement to John Anderson, and also hopefully Silvertip will be funded and manned soon. Hopefully that's pretty big. Donate or participate polar bear jump, or if not, just get down there and enjoy it. You know, socially distancing and being safe, of course. Tell our borough representative Carpenter, hopefully he heals up in a timely manner. And I would like to lastly thank council members Casagranda and Dimas and administration for your guys' work on the utility issues that we have. So thank you very much, guys.
Councilmember McClure?
I'll echo what Councilmember Osenga said about thanking everybody for the work on the utility questions. I mean, it's an issue for people that it's an issue for in their, you know, I mean, some people just get their bill and pay it and don't think twice about it. So it's important if they're being incorrectly billed, so we'll find out. I'm pleased that it looks like in Seward the COVID shots are going better than in some other places. I was going to make a shout out to the seniors, people 65 and over. I think they all probably are in bed right now, but I think most know, but I found one today that didn't, that the clinic and Safeway have signups for that, and some of us are getting them on this week, like tomorrow or the next day, so it's exciting stuff. But in the meantime, we still need to be masked, and we still have our mask mandate, and I think it's important to stay cautious, because the COVID isn't over because a few people get their shots, and it's important to keep the elders safe.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Be kind to one another, and remember about your own mental health, and take time for yourself.
Good message, well received. I just want to say I'm very happy that our school district has at least a partial school opening, welcoming all those kids and teachers back to school today. And I know at least middle school sports have started up to some extent, so I hope that continues, and I'm looking forward to more. And then just really quick, and I think you have a copy of that, could we check with DEC and see where the inconsistency is, and just report back to council, maybe at the next council meeting, about that, the lagoon being reported. And then, so right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call us, we're gonna take a 4-minute break and go into executive session for the purpose of having a discussion of strategy. We'll get a second on this. For the negotiation renewal of power sales agreement with Chugach Electric Association per the Seward City Code referenced, to include the electric utility manager, the city attorney, assistant city manager, and the acting city manager. So do I have a second on that? Second. And we need to call for a vote?
Voting to move into executive session, and you want to recess? In
4-minute recess.
4-minute recess. Osenga?
Yes.
McClure?
Yes.
Casagranda?
Yes.
Demas?
Yes.
Cease?
Yes.
Bachman?
Yes.
And Mayor Terry?
Yes.
Okay, you have recess.
4 minutes, everyone.